What's up, Brainless? How you doing? Let's get the wings out. There we go. All right, so for the YouTube VOD, our plan for the day. We managed to hit the limit of 2 subscriptions yesterday. That's the first time actually doing that, which is fun. We're also using Claude more for the marketing site, doing some of the some of the BS, like coming up with some of the copywriting and stuff like that. We're kind of like gluing a bunch of that together, so we'll figure it out. But it seems okay so far. I think marketing BS is a really good use case. But I also have another thing I kind of want to try and like vibe up on the side. I want to figure out how to like pass images and get like metadata about where things are and what that would even look like in a way that we could then start passing an image and that metadata to something like AI and the Remotion tool or something, right? Just for like video creation. So that one sounds kind of fun too. So that's something I want to like fiddle with, but we'll see. We'll see. But let's just get to it.
This is medieval time!
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work, but I think it would be useful. Yeah, like you'd almost have to like have it go through a process of like naming the parts of it too, which could be interesting. I think that could be like really interesting, actually. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to mess with it. But yeah, something to mess with. So yeah, this is where we ran out of Claude code usage. Ooh, let me get this showing. Okay, switching to the right input device there. Sweet. Okay. So, we were looking at usage and stats. Current session 6% used. Are you fucking kidding me? I haven't even used it since you cut me off. But I guess we went over yesterday within like their threshold. That must have been it. Yeah, we went slightly over their threshold yesterday. I get it now. And yeah, we were going really illustration heavy. So let's look at where we left off. All right, so we wanted a new session anyway, just like start fresh. Let's read the illustrations guide real quick. Okay. Stuff for badges and chips, data nodes, typography and SVG, keyframe sets, composition rules. Yep, okay. Okay, I like it so far. So what we're going to do then, I'm going to hop into Claude. Now, is there like an artist skill? I think we looked a little bit, right? That's right. We did look at a few of these. Let's see where we left off. All right, so we looked at that and that. Don't need that or that. Here we go. Technical SVG diagrams. I'm not sure I actually wanted that. All right, let's look at a few of these. So, technical SVG diagrams. Wish they could show some images. Yeah, I don't really know what that's saying. Hmm. Yeah, I'm good on that. I think we're just gonna turn it loose and see what we get. I think that's fine. Okay. I want to create SVGs according to the illustrate. What did we call it again? Oh, and hold on. Here we go. We actually had it open already. Yep. All right. So let's let it cook. Yeah, the rest is just the guide. So, yeah, we don't need to commit the guide just yet. Should we have turned Opus loose on it? All right, so yeah, I think that's good. Let's kick off these other bits. And hey, what's up, Candace? How you doing? All right, so then this one, we hit our limit. Keep trying. Yeah, GSD, just keep burning. This one, we weren't done with yet. Let's do the pipeline setup. I don't know about the pipeline setup yet. Think it's gonna assume GitHub Actions, or is it gonna ask? I'm actually curious about that bit. And yeah, what's up, Jens? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Thanks for the sub. 57 months is a long time. It is going to do a .github folder, so it's making an assumption about that. Let's look at where it is. Yeah, this is currently the BMAD like test architect. First time trying it, so we're going to see. GitHub Actions is the default. Yep. The Git repo exists, but we don't have a remote set up yet. But we will. That's actually a good call. I just I didn't have a name for it yet. Oh. Cloud form, Nimbus form. What are types of clouds? Yeah. I don't know. Let's get Gemini churning on this. Ooh, Formulous? Oh, dude, what? There's no way that's available. That's good, though. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's really good. There's no way Formulous is available. I mean, we're gonna check, obviously. Yeah. That's what I thought. That would be too good. Ooh, save the form to a rainy form. Like, there you go. I was gonna say, oh, vapor form. Ooh, that one's not bad. Stratophil. Oh, Cloudflare inputs. Ooh. Edge forms. Hmm. Hmm. All right. I don't know for sure yet. Gas forms. That would be a terrible idea. All right, so stratiform is definitely not available. Damn, that was a good one. Yeah, edge forms is taken. Yeah, this is gonna be tough finding a name with form in it. I just realized I don't have the right chat showing over there. So that would have been awkward if I pasted something. I need more ideas. Form a cloud. Some almost sounds like formic cloud. I like the edge idea. Damn, Edgefields was good. They just improved images. Yeah, I saw someone post about it, and it was like all right, but the character still changed from like the one they had. This image right here. It's like it's so close. It's like, it's decent, but then it's like a totally different character in one random pane, right? So it still doesn't have coherence. It did do the text right though. But it is better than it has been in the past, right? But yeah, I just think it's just not coherent. There's no way rim data is available, but I'm also be a little worried about rim data as a name anyway. Forms NATO. Yeah, I mean, Form Vortex is the name that it came up with on its own. Edge entry is a little gross. Um, okay, sorry. Work person got me there. Ooh. That's got to be taken, right? It's too good of a word. Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. Knew that was coming. Okay. Like every domain is taken. Where's the list of TLDs? Here we go. Is dot forms a thing? No, dot forum. Oh, we were so close. Oh, that would have been good. You just finished watching Interstellar? Please don't unfollow and leave stream, but I've never seen it. I've read the entire synopsis. I know the entire plot line. I don't know. Well, I like dot final. Final dot final. That could be good. I've heard Hail Mary is good too. All right, cool. So I'm not getting unfollowed yet. Yeah, I've heard people say it needs the theater experience. I've heard it's good. Vapor fill. Okay. I think vaporforms.com. Sure. Yeet form. Ooh, way better. Going to set it up right now. Annoying that they don't just autofill this. They used to. All right. Vapor form or vapor forms. I don't know. It's a good placeholder for now, I guess. It's not great. I think it's actually the smartest thing we could do. Let me just check one more thing. Yeah, I was gonna say. There's no way. I'm still not necessarily happy with the name. But vapor form. Ooh, lenticular. Ooh. I don't know. Forms.cloud. Ooh. There's no way that's available. There's no way I can just get that. In the rain cloud? Oh, that's dope. Oh, damn. Submit happens. Inputs.cloud? Ooh, that's not bad. Yeah, I tried fields.cloud and forms.cloud. Oh, the .rs. Oh. Hmm. Damn it. Now I'm stuck. Now I have too many choices. The dot cloud opens up a lot of options that we had already said maybe not. I do like edge fields. Yeah, and like some of these dot cloud ones are just people like lurking the domain. Hmm. I don't know. I just did. I just got two of these things. We don't need to create the repo yet. We can always rename it too. Formscloud.app. Yeah. Here's the thing. If I'm going to start considering like a bunch of those other names, like there's always IO and uh, AI and blah, 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 right? In general, they're always a terrible idea and you need to lock down like a .com as well. That's the only reason I'm like, I'm kind of on the fence. All right. Anyway, let's keep thinking out loud. So it looks like a bunch of this stuff got created over here in what we're currently calling cuneiform. And I'm going to upload it as cuneiform right now. Bong.cloud, surely taken by chess people. There you go. Um, I mean, honestly, formless isn't bad. Like, there's no way the domain's taken. Or is not taken. But man, yeah, formless is a great name. Formless is a Typeform product? Son of a bitch. Yeah, and because Typeform is a direct competitor, we do not want to compete with them whatsoever on name, right? Like, we don't want our name to be anything like that. I haven't even heard of it. So, what does Formless do? Oh, okay. It's like AI stuff. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I think that's a good use case. I think it's solving a different problem than what I'm trying to do. But yeah, Typeform's a fantastic set of tools. Like, I've used them in the past. They're great. Better than a Google form typically. Um, I guess the thing I'm thinking of mostly is like Form Spree and competing with that. And I know Typeform is a direct competitor to this, but what I'm getting at is like I want mine to be more of like a API thing. Right? So mine's more for like developers. Like, it's strictly a developer tool. Right? Like, if the decision ends up being like boom. Formic is another thing. So we got to be careful about trademark. So yeah, like that gets tough. Like, I know Formic is really just an open source library, but still doesn't prevent trademark from possibly being an issue. Right? And they got an enterprise thing, yeah. So guaranteed, if they got an enterprise thing, like, I'm not trying to deal with any trademark issues around that. But it's close enough that they could argue. They could easily argue that it's trying to like whatever, right? Every clever mutation of form. I've got vaporforms.com right now, man. Now, it's not a clever mutation of form, so I think we're good. But yeah, like, there's no way they'd be able to trademark the form part. So at least that's good to go. But yeah, so Gouda, the way this is working is it's different. You as the dev, you just wire up the form and point it towards our server, and we will ephemerally create the schema and the form for you, rather than you needing to like set up the form first. Is it the most unique idea? And even most unique is a bullshit term, so terrible, right? But it's not a terrible idea, right? And hey, what's up, Shader Theory? How you doing? There we go. Got to run? Yeah, no worries, no worries. Enjoy. You're doing some custom Vulkan shading stuff. True to the name. Nice. Everyone joining in on the discussion, we were trying to come up with names for like a form software as a service. Something went wrong trying to do that shout out. Oh, weird. Yeah, I can't do the proper shout out. Not sure what the deal is there, Shader Theory. Functionaire. It's a. I really like the name. There's no way we'd be able to expect people to spell that though. I really like Functionaire though. Damn, we might name it that just for fun. Dude, that's a good name. What's up, WebDev2? How you doing? Oh, I see why I couldn't do it. Well, they'll figure it out when they want. But okay, so yeah, we're trying to come up with a name, but we don't need to. We can just upload it as, the private repo and call it cuneiform for now. Oh, and it's not add remote, it's remote add. Whoops. All right, so yeah, let's just create that. It'll be a placeholder for now. Philanthropic. Oh, no, I appreciate it, Brainless. This is fun. And yeah, honestly, whoops, it's just brain fart. I typed get status into my URL bar. We'll make it private for now. Create repo. All right, so we're doing this with Mimo. Let's go Pi again. No update for Pi today. Fancy. Fancy. Okay. Okay. So our next step here, what we want to do let me think. What is our next plan for cuneiform? We added a bunch of testing. We want to switch back to Minimax for now. Still haven't had a chance to try Kimmy 2.6. It is related to the Matrix. Yeah. So right here, the last song, I guess, was inspired by Hall & Oates. The one before was called Discotheque. The next one's going to be Final Race. Somebody's Watching Me, I think, is another kind of like inspired thing. There's a Scarface theme. Rachel's Heaven, one called Mr. Robot. Rachel's Heaven is definitely going to be like a Blade Runner reference, right? Hell, even the last song on the album is called The Truth Is Out There. What do we think that's going to be a reference to? Ooh, one of these is called Hawaiian Shirt. I wonder what that's a reference to. Is that probably Miami Vice? Just throw you off? Oh, no, it's Hawaii 5-0. It's got to be Hawaii 5-0, right? That's the iconic Hawaiian shirt, right? I don't know. We'll see. But let's continue going. So yeah, we want to use Minimax for this. We want to do BMed something or other. All right, so that's where all the test stuff is, workflow builder. Yeah, let's see what our sprint status is. Okay, so we do have plenty of stuff to do with BMAD. We are using the right model now, but actually, hold on. Oh, and that's right. So we added the T stuff. Yeah. We want to... Yeah, let's do the BMAD code review. But, yeah. Now, we've been doing our review with Mimo. We should probably stick with Mimo. What's up, little bitty diver? How you doing? See, I was gonna try and sing your name to Dio's Holy Diver, but little bitty driver, it kind of fits. But if you switch the language, Un poco driver. It's about the same. It's just, I think the one extra syllable doesn't matter. You could do it in Spanish. Pequeño driver. Nah, not quite. Uh, yeah. And I keep saying driver. I meant diver. You know what I mean. Yeah, for sure. All right. Do. Yes, review story for two changes. Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Holy driver is the Pope Mobile guy. Yeah, touche, touche. All right, so yeah, that's churning this thing now. What are you trying to do? Works for me. Oh, so hold on. Something feels off here to me. Let's go with number two. I like a separate reveal endpoint. Sure. The gummies were all right. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that great. What you're saying? Number three would have been better. Oh, okay. Okay. But yeah, the gummies were all right. I would say the sodas hit a little bit better, but the sodas also had the whiskey. But I was extremely tired. Like I was fading by like 8 or 9 o'clock. Bedro, usually that's the whiskey. But I would say, Bedro, take it easy. Is that really like something we want to discuss right now? Not really. So I'm just gonna remove that for now. Take it easy, you know? What's up, Almo? How you doing? It's fine. Like I do. I live in a legal state, but it's just not a conversation I really want to get too deep into right now, you know? All right, so it's running the code review over cuneiform so far. Slide Astro. Oh, we got a shell waiting. No, we don't. Yep, no, that was wrong. Wasn't waiting for us. All right, so then, yeah. Do we want to make edits to, yeah, allow all edits during session? So yeah, adding the progress tracker. We've got a today command, which is the main stuff we're working on. We've got a few things we're vibing. Oh, I know this song. Yeah, this is a good cover. Oh, that's good. All right, so yeah, the part we're doing right now for Messijo is we're trying to generate like interesting animation SVGs for various parts of some of these other pages. I'm not expecting these to be any good. And what's up, JLem? How you doing? What you been up to? Haven't seen you in a bit. All right, we're gonna rerun code review one more again. I like to run the code review 2 or 3 times. All right. Different model for review. So we use Minimax for implementation and Mimo for review. All right, so then bmad create story. It's going to ask us which one we want to create. Yeah, so it's already creating it. It knew which one to pick back up on. So we are good to go. Yep. 4-3. All right, so there we go. Let that keep churning. Let that keep churning. How's this going? Okay, it tried. it really tried. I feel like what happens when I get into like the modern art section of the museum. Like I see it and it's interesting. But I don't know what it means. like, okay. Huh. Okay. This is closer. I mean, it's still not as good as like the other stuff we got, but this is at least kind of closer. I like the style they've gone with. Okay. That one's not terrible. I just think we could do better with like logos and stuff. This doesn't mean anything to me though. So hold on. Did they do anything on the solutions page itself? Oh, nope. Wrong thing. Ooh. Okay, that's not bad. Dude, this not being lined up is gonna drive me insane though. How did it mess that part up? What the fuck, dude? Okay. Clyde. We can remove the progress tracker now. So here's the thought that I'm having. I want to heavily force this thing into becoming a decent artist. How do we do that? I don't know how we do that. I've got one like top level thing I want to recommend that it does. I think I think we can hop into a beverage. You know, pace ourselves, obviously. Yeah. I have one more of those sodas left over too. It's not actually a cola. It's not even a soda. I think it's a actually like a tea. And oh man, I need to clean off my telephone. All right. So yeah, grabbed a tea. Okay, I may be a child. I don't know. Why can't I get it off? Like this thing's the wrong size. What the fuck, dude? Maybe go to Messijo.com and check it out. This song's trying to put us to sleep, though. I'm gonna put on something else. I just think they don't fit very well. That's got to be it. Yeah, this thing's just a broken cap. That's annoying. Okay, this is getting stupid. So maybe I won't be drinking this. There we go. Yeah, no, it wasn't loosening at all. Huh. All right. Well. How is it carbonated? Okay, so it's a good thing I didn't shake it. Oh, it tastes like shit though. Yeah, we'll do the Crown Royal. And yeah, again, pacing ourselves. We just did the 2 yesterday. It's the goal as well today. You know, let's do one with the lemonade and one with the water. Color of it is fucking disgusting. You can't tell. It's like milky. I don't know how to describe it. It's not the worst thing I've ever had. Okay, so yeah. So I messed up on what we were doing there. There we go. Medicine isn't meant to look nice. Tell that to some of the fancy whiskey bottles. All right, so now it's going to ask us for permission right after this. I wanted to get that kind of kick in a different way. Okay. So yeah, from here, we're going to start deving this story. And dev is done with Minimax. Oh, and Caleb, I looked at the scheduling for my passport stuff. I looked at the scheduling, but then I was I was doing it while I was pooping, and I didn't have my work schedule up, so I couldn't check to see if I was going to be able to do it. So I got to go back and do it, but I at least like went and looked at when I could get in. Soonest I could even get in is in like 2 or 3 weeks. But yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, wide open for that day. Perfect. Yeah, at least I looked. Shit, man. That's a huge improvement. Huge improvement. Oh, it's grown on me, flavor-wise. Pouring the rest of that tea. And yeah, if they weren't $20 fucking dollars, I could totally see myself drinking these sodas more often. But as it is, for $20, I can buy like pre-rolls and get there way quicker. I can buy an ounce of flour and have it last way longer and higher quality than the pre-rolls. So like, I don't know. Yeah, just more value out of $20 in other forms, which is interesting. Lower calorie just to smoke it too. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to keep the conversation on that. Just having a quick thought. Sorry, Bedro, for getting on your case. That's true. $9 for a coffee. So yeah, $20 for something better than coffee. Touche. I'd say it's about as strong as a coffee, actually. So that kind of fits. All right, so let's get back to the illustration stuff. This is the part I am just massively skeptical of. But yeah, we'll allow all the edits, let it do its thing. Yeah, I mean, that is one of the things I'm kind of happy about, like not getting hooked on coffee. I was hooked on energy drinks for ages, though. So it's about the same. But an energy drink is much cheaper than the average coffee. Something to consider. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think it depends. I know there's like good coffee places, but think about coffee in the same way you might think about beer. Like, at least for a time, the vast majority of any like brewery's menu is all IPAs, and it's still kind of that way too, right? So just in a similar vein, here in the US, yeah, the dark roast stuff is something like the snobs like defaulted for, you know? So now it's like the most served demographic. Yep, yep. Okay, so it's almost like I want to create a skill, and I haven't created a skill before. So there'd be some value in it. All right, sorry, getting distracted. So let's think about this. How do we refine a skill that way? And realistically, a skill is just a markdown file at the moment, right? So this is how we do it. Yeah. We're going to come down here and create a new file, and we're going to call it illustrations.md. And there's a difference between a skill and a command, right? So auto research exposes a command that has like clear inputs and outputs, right? How do you create a command? Are commands harness specific? No, commands. Claude code or open code. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so skills are not. All right. Okay, skills spec. Aha. Okay. So in general, a skill can have like stuff that it calls and things that it does that way. So yeah, as far as the optional directories go, Ooh, nice. Hell yeah, Caleb. Mine basically just kept up with inflation, but still better than nothing. We did get a yearly bonus, which is cool. It's awesome though, Caleb. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, buddy. Oh man, it just goes down so smooth. So yeah, we should pace. We should do water. I'll be doing some pho for dinner tonight. I should definitely get into that spring mix. I haven't eaten nearly enough of it. Yeah, I need to start making more dishes with veggies in them because sometimes I'll just be too lazy to just even do spring mix and the way I season it. But if it's like part of the thing, then I get my veggies too. I might throwing like I could throw some of the spring mix into the pho tonight. I think that'd be fine. Yeah, that's easy enough. See, I don't like steamed veggies. Yeah, I can't stand it. I don't mind a good asparagus, but like I would need like the right way to do asparagus is you steam it to the right like consistency and then you've got it on the steam table, right? It's not actually hitting steam anymore. It's just like staying warm. And then you just throw it in butter and sear it. But like searing asparagus in butter is like well, yeah, the part you like is the butter and the salt. Like come on. If you're being honest, you like the butter and the salt, not the asparagus. You know, if we're being honest. If you need your asparagus to be rolled in butter and then salted, the part you like is the butter and the salt. It's just that simple. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way I like it. I like the butter and the salt. Shit. But okay, so yeah, just reading up on like how to create a proper skill, because I think this would be useful. You're a big no veggie person. I get that, Kenny. That is heavily associated with a thing that you've told us here in the past. So maybe start eating more veggies. Like, I don't know. Not to make light of it. Sorry. Just throwing it out there. Figure out which ones you do like and try and get them when you can. And no, potatoes don't count. Potatoes definitely don't count. I've tried. They're better than nothing, obviously. White asparagus? No, potatoes don't count. What the hell is that? You guys get circumcised asparagus over there? Interesting. Huh. Like it even looks like someone like peeled it back. You know, like flipped, peeled, slice. Yeah, the name of that person's called a moil. Today you learned. All right, so this isn't necessarily what we want to do with this. And then real quick, thank you for the follow. Coding for fun and other stuff. What's the other stuff? Oh, are you a streamer? Got it. Makes sense. Interesting. Have you even started streaming? It seems like your account's a week old. You don't even have an image yet. You're gonna need an image for streaming, man. I hope you know that. The generic icon thing will not grab viewers. Yeah, biggest thing I would say there, Caleb, is eventually if you want to do creation, like, you know, content creation more than that, it really does limit you as far as branding goes. So you may want to consider that. Like, just consider, like, Melky Dev, dropped the dev for Melky. Because, yeah, it's just better branding, right? And I would throw the same out there for you, coding for fun and other stuff, but yeah, like that's your entire name and it really doesn't say much. So yeah, like finding a proper brand, well, maybe that's the only brand you care about, so that's fine. But I think in general, most like individual creators benefit from not tying themselves to a single niche with their name. Just gonna throw that one out there. It is a path that most content creators will eventually have to go down. Just throwing it out there. I think name is pretty easy, right? Because like most stuff is pretty easily doxable, you know, unless you've been not online in the past in any way whatsoever. If you're showing your face, you might as well be showing your name. There are very few people whose identity would be shielded, right, by not saying their name but still showing their face. So you got to do both if you really, really don't want any attention. Just throwing it out there. Right? Like, look at any big streamer. Their full name is known, right? At some point, you're just known. You're not going to avoid it. But it does start to, like, harm, like, if you blow up to levels like Linus Tech Tips or whatever, right? Brand outgrowing a single person. Yeah, like Linus Tech Tips. I feel like they've done a decent enough job by, like, him not having to be in everything. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people are able to, like, make that work. Even the Mr. Beast thing. Yeah, Mr. Beast is still a person, right? And you associate Mr. Beast with that person, whether it's his name or not, right? But you can still have other people doing stuff on the network. And it's fine. And yeah, LTT, and you know, LTT, what does LTT stand for? Linus Tech Tips. YHT? You mean just YouTube? What is YHT? But yeah, LTT never really even blew up that big on Twitch. Like, no, they're still a YouTube personality. YouTube's where you go to make actual money. Or at least where you go to, like, grow the audience kind of stuff. Nah, I mean, I guess when you start talking about, like, the tip top, right? Like the biggest streamers, no, they make their money from streaming, right? But as far as, like, in general, you're not going to blow up in a niche category on Twitch. You blow up as a brand through YouTube. And that's how it's kind of always been. The Primogen, Thor, Pirate Software. Think of all, like, the people who've been big on YouTube and thought, well, I'll just go and hop on to Twitch and have a big audience. Nope, doesn't work that way. Sorry. You thought it did. Nope, not quite. All the people who think they're, like, JavaScript famous go and stream to, like, 7 people at a time. Like Can't See Dodds or, shit, I'm forgetting the other guy. There's, like, a couple, like, there's been, like, 3 or 4 big time, like, JavaScript tech people who tried streaming on Twitch and just were bummed they didn't get, like, the viewership they thought they deserved, which I thought was interesting. But Can't See Dodds was definitely one of them. He never interacted with chat. There was another guy, John Lundquist, I think. He was building, like, a scripting tool, which is, like, it was a really cool idea. I forget the name of it. Yeah, he gave it a short stint. I'm trying to think of, like, other really good examples. Like, what's his name? Blue Collar Coder guy. Jack Harrington. He tried streaming on Twitch, like, once or twice. Wasn't for him. He thought he needed, like, a whole curriculum rather than just being able to wing it, which I think he would be really good at. But, you know, he's got shit to do, so I understand why he doesn't. I just don't think people realize that streaming is such a bigger time commitment than you would expect. No, but, like, they are at a level where they're, like, at the peak of popularity within a crowd kind of thing, right? Within, like, a niche. And to go as, like, well, yeah, I'm big shit on YouTube and stream to 4 people on Twitch can be really humbling. And some people aren't prepared for that. right? They think they're hot shit because their tweets go viral on a regular basis, but none of those people are actually like actively looking for their tweets in the moment. So Twitter will show it to them anytime between now and the next 8 hours, at which point, well, yeah, your stream's done now. So yeah, they need to be hyping these things up ahead of time rather than just being like, I'm going live. But they don't think about that because they just think they're big time, you know? All right, so more music. And I'm not saying that's exactly it, right? Like, it's not the only reason they don't stream. You know? Like, is it worth their effort? Is it worth their time? Probably not. And that's fine too. I just don't think people consider streaming and like the regular pace that you have to keep up with it to maintain an audience. I don't think they consider that when they're like getting into it. So I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. It's the same kind of thing that brands do. Like, oh no, we'll just hop on a quick half-hour stream. No big deal. Quick half-hour stream, in and out. And it's like, yeah, you can do that as a brand, but no one's going to show up. Nobody shows up within a half hour. Like, dude, it takes a half hour for us to get like half of what our average viewership is. You're telling me you're going to stop before you've even built a quarter of your audience or whatever? Like, I don't know. That's a terrible idea. But yeah, brands just don't get that streaming, you know, it's a long-term consistency-based thing. You can't just fake it. I don't know about that. It's about consistency more than anything, in my opinion. I don't know. Engaging the audience, doing all the, you know, streamer things. I don't know. I've definitely got a bias in there somewhere because I guess that's the way I try and do it. But yeah, let me grab more water and I don't know. We can keep chatting about this. Let's keep going on scaffolding out our first skill for this though. BRB. But yeah, anyway. And yeah, Caleb, yeah, the GeoHot. Yeah, somehow he just does it and he just streams to 500 people at a time, like no big deal. Like, what's so hard about this streaming thing? Like, yeah, that's just funny. Here's the thing, though. He often does somewhat longer streams, which helps. I also think he may have like an existing like Discord or something like that where he announces some of that. Where it's like easy for him to like get those kind of numbers. I'm not sure. I don't want to jump to the like conspiracy theory of like, does he seem like the kind of person that would viewbot? Because I don't think he is. I don't think he is. So I think he just has some like community because like I don't ever see him announce it. I guess I don't follow him on Twitter or any of that, so I don't know if he announces it. Right. So he has this like cult of personality thing going. That makes a lot of sense to me. And he does decently long streams. Like I've seen him streaming for like 6 or 7 hours sometimes. Yeah, yes, that makes a lot of sense, right? He gets that network effect, and then because he's him, people stick around for a long time, you know? Because he doesn't stream very often, they have a reason for like FOMO of not missing any of it kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of smart. I think it's similar to Theo's like 1 day a week ish streaming schedule too. If he were here every day, would he have the same consistent viewership? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's more like, does he have something to record every day? I think he definitely does, but yeah. Then he'd have to like start working on stuff too. Yeah, I know he does that, but like he also just does so much other stuff. I don't think he would have time to stream like his development because he's doing so many other things in the middle of dev. Like, I don't think he'd have time. Like he has employees, you know. Like, yeah, I have no idea how to think about a situation like that. No clue. All right. So yeah, back to this idea. Illustrations.md. Um, we'll call it skill illustrations.md. All right. So in general, the bare minimum of a skill is just a file. Theoretically in a folder, we don't need to do that, but it will have the skill.md labeled. And the structure of that is just simply the markdown and then the BS of the actual skill, right? So yeah, easy enough. So we'll start off with at least the boilerplate there, right? Like, give it a skill. This is Messijo animation or a Messijo illustration chief illustration officer. Sure, why not? Let's spell it right at least. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, so then the idea is we've got this illustrations guide. I like that. Sure, we can let some of this go. I'm not sure I like some of this. Okay, I kind of like this. Now, here's another thing. We've got pages, solutions, we've got components, illustrations. Yeah. Okay. So I like this idea. The illustrations exist. So I don't think we need the individual implementation files anymore. Right? We can leave that in the current illustrations guide, but we could do something like this. Okay, so we've got this in the skill so far. What do we want to do from here? Right? Ask how should we be writing skills actually? Oh, and I guess progressive disclosure. Yeah, so name and description, less than 100 tokens, loaded at startup. Yep. Instructions are less than 5,000 recommended. The full skill body, yes. Is there a... Right, so body content. The markdown body after the front matter contains the skill instructions. There are no format restrictions. Write whatever helps agents perform the task effectively. Recommended sections, step-by-step instructions, examples of inputs and outputs, common edge cases. Okay. We should do this as a full-on skill. And it would live within the repo. But I guess here's the thing. I don't necessarily want to commit the BMAT. Well, we do want to commit the BMAT skills. Well, hold on. We're not using BMAT in this. So this doesn't have any skills installed yet. So we could just create the skills for this repo. We'd commit it. We'd have our own internal one. And then we could do the reference file thing. I think that's the right move. Okay. Yeah, I like that idea. So we're going to create our own skill here. What we want to do is a .claude folder. Inside of there, I think we do skills. And inside of that, we do another one. We call it Illustrator. But I guess here's the thing. We're going to rename it. Messijo Illustrator. And then in here we have skill.md. We end up having a resources directory. Oh, and you guys can't see the stuff I'm doing here on the side. My bad. So yeah, we're going to create a skill. We're going to have style guide.md in here. All right, so then, yeah, in here we've got that. All right, so Messijo Illustrator. Okay. So we've got something like that. So then what we'd want to do is load the style guide. Now, hold on. Let me double check this part. Okay, so we should be doing proper links. Okay, that makes sense, because, yeah, it understands Markdown really well. Load the style guide. Sure. Style. Why are we not getting auto-completion for this? Oh, wait. I did resources. That is wrong, correct? It is references. Brain fart. All right, so load the style guide. That's the first step we want to tell this thing. We want it to be able to like search for and find any of the stuff within the context that we care about, right? Based upon something the user required. Like, ask about the animation to be created. The user could reference a file name or a section of a page or a file. You should not need to look outside of this directory. This repositories directory. The user does not specify a location. Ask them for a location to create. Okay, so yeah, something, right? So this is really Messijo Illustrator. This is more like gonna be edit animation, because I want to have another skill that's maybe like they're going to be grouped as like Messijo Illustrator skills or something. But one would be for creating a new animation or graphic or something. Yeah, it's interesting how like trying to create your own skills like spirals versus like how much I would have just already been kicking this thing down the road, prompting stuff and then losing those prompts, but then having more of an idea of what I'd want to like steer it towards doing anyway. But this almost seems like, I don't know, more like a test driven kind of approach. Modify the thing, then run it, then modify the thing, and then branch. Yeah, I like the idea. Hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. All right, so Messijo Illustrator. It is still going to be Illustrator, but then this is going to be, the original is going to be Messijo Illustrator Create. And then this is going to be Messijo Illustrator Scaffold. Right? So the idea between separating those is scaffold, the idea is to find the place to put it and create the files and all that, right? So that would be modifying the page that it goes into and a bunch of that stuff. I only want Messijo Illustrator Create to modify a specific file and ask me for feedback about what it's doing and like iterate. So it'd be more like Illustrator Iterate. Ooh, I think that's a better name, right? Like I just want to go through this like iterative process with the Illustrator for this thing. And probably even like, do we want to have the metadata of the iterations, right? Like what the previous stuff was, live maybe just at the bottom of the file? So then we just have like file. Oh, yeah. Like, because instead of like a separate file, it's just metadata that lives at the bottom. Fuck it. Let's keep it there. And then we just have a thing like at the top, like a disclaimer, like, hey, agent, this part that you read to, you don't need to read the whole thing like after this unless you were specifically asked to do blank, blank, and blank, because this is metadata for that. But then what if other metadata exists? So maybe like a metadata manifest? I almost like that. Oh shit, like why isn't that a spec? You could totally start doing that to files like at the bottom. Right? Like we've heard of like file headers. What about file footers? Is that a spec or anything that exists yet, TV Twitch? I feel like you would know about this more than I do. But don't you think that would be like a good move in this like agentic kind of like future? Like, oh, hey, need to modify some metadata for this file? It lives right here in the file, man. Just keep it in the file. Why are we like segmenting all of this like per file metadata out into like subfolders out somewhere else? Which is what a lot of this shit does. And I know not every tool needs to do it. Like it would get abused eventually, right? So that'd be tough. But maybe even then, like you could impose limits based on tooling and linting in certain metafiles. Like, no, you have to keep your metadata here in this file to X amount of lines, and then simply in that metadata you can link out to wherever your tooling stores other metadata. I'm liking this as a plan. Does anything like that exist as far as like yeah, AI file based, like file specific metadata, you know, like the where and why of this file? I know stuff tries to embed it elsewhere, but like, why not just keep it in the file? Going once, going twice. I would say your silence on this matter, TV Twitch, means that there isn't really any kind of like pattern for that, right? I know there's ways of doing that. I'm just saying, like, wouldn't this be an even like better way, kind of thing? Like it's just right there in the file. There's no like, oh, and hey, go look here for whatever. Use Git as a transport, Git meta. That makes a lot of sense. I just do wonder, like, could like a simpler approach just be like right there in the file? Well, that is a complaint most like people have against harnesses. Some harnesses just read the whole file. But the better harnesses like segment and read just the lines they care about. I guess most of them kind of do that. Like, are they reading line by line to do so? Or are they reading... Those are probably LSP enabled, right? Which I would think if you have it in comments, like, you could just, you know... Yeah, I do wonder. So it's not about saving tokens. It's about, like, actually co-locating the data with itself. And I think that has a lot of value. Might want to amend metadata without shipping the file. Well, I mean, surely your tooling would be able to tell like a logic change versus a comment change, right? and that doesn't bump a version. If not, yeah, I mean, I know I've written tooling naive too, but yeah, you know. And I guess, like, how often do you actually want to make your tooling that robust? If it works, it works. I get it. No, that makes sense. I still think that file metadata is absolutely something that you want to do. Like, you want to treat it like your code's documentation, in my opinion. So maybe for certain languages you would need a fallback. I get that like Git metadata would be like a smart move, but people are all trying to like push off of using Git anyway, right? So it's almost like you need to see a future separate from Git if you want anything to last, just because people are unpredictable and weird. It'll be like NoSQL, right? Oh no, we're abandoning Git. Okay, we're back to Git. Oh, have you not seen it? That's like a very common thing on the Twitter. Like, Git just isn't good for like this agentic workflow that I'm doing, man. Like, Git's just getting in the way, right? And then Cloudflare even put out their new thing that's like, well, it's Git, but it's not Git. You know, like too many people are trying to push the Git but not Git thing, which is nice that they all speak Git, but eventually someone's going to give up on Git. And people might just do that, right? If we look at like the pattern of people trying to find abstractions that just aren't Git, it's actually interesting to me. Like, that's absolutely a conversation to be had. Like, is Git actually going to stick around? At some point, some of these tools that are like treating Git as a compatibility layer could just all of a sudden have enough like user base that they just don't care about the Git thing anymore. Possibly. Yeah. I haven't looked. But what I'm saying is, like, at some point, if it's a transport layer, you can just replace the transport layer, right? So it almost seems like a path off of Git, if you're really thinking about it. At some point, Git doesn't matter anymore. You could use anything, kind of thing, because it's just the transport layer. Now, will that happen? I don't know. What is the benefit? I don't know. Like, we're still using IRC for chat here on Twitch, right? So I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just saying building a thing where you are abstracting it out to just the transport layer means that you're eventually thinking you could replace it, right? That's the only reason you segment so far away from it anyway. Right? Transport layers should actually be plug and playable. That's like a lesson in history at that point, right? Like, as far as like most software goes, the transport layer should be plug and playable. Yeah, but if it's just an environment variable switch, problem solved. I don't know. I think it's definitely doable. So yeah, like thinking about a future where that's not necessarily the case might be worthwhile. I know we're like at Git companies, so we're like deep into the Git stuff. Like, how could anyone not use Git? Like, I get that, man. I just think I don't know. I don't know. There's definitely something there. And I think, isn't the joke gambling, if your grandma had wheels, she'd be a wheelbarrow, not a bike? Pretty sure that's the quote. No, I'm sure it's been adapted just many times. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So, yeah, the goal is we're still trying to like think about how we want to structure some skills for this thing. I forgot how we got on the what if Git goes away thing. Oh, yeah, the file metadata thing. Yeah, like what languages don't support comments? I'm curious about that. Like I don't know if I care about building a system that supports things that don't have comments. I think I'm good. I don't think you're turning AI loose on anything like that anyway. Good luck. Have fun. Yeah, I don't think you're turning AI loose on industrial control devices at the moment. No, I don't think you want to do that. So yeah, like the tool would have to have like maybe a non-comment based fallback, which would be interesting. I could see that. But I don't think there's enough I don't think there's enough use case for me to worry about file systems that don't support comments, which would not like be the ones that don't support metadata at the bottom of the file, right? But then what about security scanning tools and then someone just squeezing a fucking thing below it? Like, I don't know. Security scanning tools would have to be stronger. But then you don't care about whether they're like saving on reading the file or not. I'm just wondering if a model would truly like stop reading at a certain point if you told it this is just metadata, this stuff's only necessary for various meta tools, right? I would think that, yeah, I don't, we'd have to test it, I guess. Like, see which, like, models versus which other things would and would not try and do this stuff. I don't know. Which would obey? That would be actually a fun test. Like, if we built it, that would be like the test to run. Test a bunch of different models on it, right? Uh, 1 second, TV. So you're talking about agents.override .md. I'm not sure I'm talking about that. I haven't seen anything like an agent's override file, so I'm not sure what the use case for that would be. Like maybe that could be part of the docs. I don't know. I just think there could be a system for I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna really like noodle on the idea. I think metadata at the bottom of the file. Only X amount of like metadata allowed. If you think you're gonna be longer than it, just link to another location relative to the root of the repository, I guess. I don't know. That gets weird. Yeah, relative to what? Yeah, so that does become a little tricky. Like if you do want to link out to another file, like how where would that file live? Well, at the root. At the root of what? You know? Like how does this thing know that path, right? Managed by mold data? That's funny. But yeah, TV Twitch, you're not banned or anything. You know that. You can chat. But yeah, Agents Override. I don't know if Agents Override would be necessary. But I do think there's a thing we could do there. Yeah. All right. So just thinking. Yeah. I don't know. I like the metadata. I like the metadata idea. All right. We're adding it to the Trello. Vibe code it. I like that idea. Yeah, sure. All right. Any other like stuff we want to add to the description of it? Right. Problems to think about. All right. First and foremost, the first project idea or problem. Yeah, no worries, Caleb. Have a good night. Cheers. All right, so problems to think about. Right, file pathing, file size, maybe forced communication slash and linking to extra files somewhere. File pathing. Relative to what? All right, so yeah, those are both related. Let's get more music going. Right, at least do this. Can I cross it out, though? Languages without comment support. And then how do I cross it out? At least that we thought about it, right? That's important. Is the music too wobbly? Hold on. No, it's a little too sleepy time. We could get some like crunchy going. Let's do some crunchy. We haven't listened to hold on. Let's do this one. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. We want to start at the beginning. There we go. All right, so this one starts out nice and crunchy. I do have to use the restroom. Were there any other major issues with the file-based AI metadata specification and tooling that you guys had that you wanted me to record? And yeah, TV Twitch. You know you're not banned or timed out. That was just Nightbot doing Nightbot things. Sorry about that. They thought you were doing a link. But I do have to use the restroom. Give me a sec. The music's just slightly a little too loud. That's good enough. Yeah. All right. So let's think about this. I don't think there was any other major issues we had with it. We'll just save it for now and think, yeah, maybe there's something else later. Whatever. But yeah, I think that is a fun enough idea. We can do it whenever. Let me double check. What the hell is this about? Hmm. Okay, so yeah, that's a fun enough project. Let's think about what we're doing here. So, yeah, as far as what we were going to prompt here, yeah, we still want to keep working on the skill as well. What's up, Colbert? How you doing? Yeah, we had these skills that we're working on. Yeah. All right, let's do that part still. Ugh. I was already getting bored of it. I wanted to move on from it. Now, let's finish these up. All right, so scaffold, load the style guide. Or this one doesn't even need the style guide. So yeah, this is scaffold. Okay, so yeah, this is about like placing it on the page properly. I like the idea of this. So while that's going, though, right. So it did some of this. I would say, Claude, it's fine if that's in your context, but so this thing we could have fixed while we're just like crafting this part, you know? Um, right. All right. Churn on that while we continue fiddling with this. Does this scaffold skill still need the style guide? No, I don't think so. Let's do it. Yeah, it's there anyway. So yeah, let's grab the part where it's referenced. I still think loading the style guide is probably worth it, even though we're probably adding to the context when we don't need to. We'll think about it later, like removing it or not. So here's the idea. Components slash what directory? Oh, but we're putting it up at the top. Oh, it's almost like this needs to be like Messijo marketing. Messijo web. Hmm. I know, naming things, man. Yeah, we have to do that. All right, so then back to it. In the apps components, relative to the root of the repo. So hold on. Hold on. Yeah, so I'm just looking at some of the stuff they have for like naming skills and some of that. Okay. Oh, wait, we saw references. Oh, so they're not strict about the directory structure. Interesting. Which one were we just reading? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, like, how would we validate this? I guess that's a big part of like writing this. How do we like ensure success with a skill? You know? Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. Like, how would we do it specifically for hours? I guess is what I'm saying. I could see writing scripts for it. Like, where would the tests for a thing like this live then? And I wonder, would we want them to be just prompts that are the tests? No, we should make them as like rigidly scriptable as possible. Hmm. But then that would require like API calls for testing, and that's where it could get expensive. Okay, something to think about. Something to think about. Is there like a skill test framework? Okay, I don't trust Google's with this one. I wonder if Perplexity could understand this better, right? So, and hold on, we skip this song. There we go. Okay. All right. Established open source repos. Come on, search it for me. I was gonna Google it too, but come on. Okay. So there's the Microsoft Skills repo. Oh, I like that too. Oh, that's nice. So yeah, this is a good call. I like that. That's smart. So yeah, um, right. If we're gonna test our own skill MD files, we would start with Microsoft Skills and then borrow the structure of agent skills for their whole validation eval cases thing. I wonder if this would actually be necessary. Like, I'd like to look at the Microsoft Skills library first. Yeah, this seems more like it's just their thing, but they are doing testing. Yeah, see, so they're just testing their own stuff, but they do seem to have some kind of framework in place, which is interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Ooh. Acceptance criteria. Okay. Updated yesterday, so they are like on it. All right, so yeah. I believe vtest run. I don't know what that was targeting, but this is their test harness that's in here. Okay. So they're basically just doing their own thing with the test runner here. Yep. Interesting. Interesting. So yeah. I do think a lot of people would end up vibing this up themselves. But if you just made it generic enough, like no one would need to on each team, and that's, it's just like a lot of wasted effort. If you could just feed it like a skills file that makes it like repeatable. You could make a skill for that really robust, actually. I wonder. So, like, you could do it as a skills file. You'd still want to have scripts, though, right? And you may want to, like, output different stuff. So, like, the skills file would almost have to be, like, pluggable. Like, so it's almost like we're replacing scripts with skills at some point. But a script is, like, reproducible. So we should still be doing, like, finite things with scripting, right? And whether it's like an inline script inside of a skills file or just like a separate script file, like who cares? But like still, like you need specific instructions sometimes, right? Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, just thinking out loud. Not sure. Not sure. Anyway, let's yeah, I do think just some way of like evaluating skills, right? Like acceptance criteria, etc., would have to like live with the file. Could that also live in the metadata we were talking about? So it's almost like the metadata tool would also kind of like need to like have like indexes of like the start and end point of certain sections. And it would consist of a bunch of skills on how to modify the metadata and blah, blah. I would have validation scripts. And okay. Yeah, no, I like this more and more. I think that's an interesting take. I think the metadata. Yeah. Let me add that to the thought board. Am I the right person to build it? No. But would I try and build it anyway just because I think it's cool? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, I'd have to build my own skills to have skills to evaluate, right? The one that I've built right now? No, not yet. We're not ready yet with this one. But what I was thinking of is like, how would I evaluate it, right? Like, yeah, right? Build your tests first. Makes like a really good point. I don't think we're ready yet, but so yeah, we could put off what we're doing. I'm just like, I wanted to think about it. That's all. I do what I want. All right, so yeah, piggybacking on this, I want a set of test criteria and expected results in the metadata. Uh, yeah, so boom, that goes in there. What I want is problems to think about. Um, Scripting. All right. Let's do that. Metadata section above that. Let's get more music going first. Yeah. All right. Um, sure. Right. I like this idea. I think it's been long enough. We can do another. Yeah, this will be the last one of the day, though. So yeah, TV Twitch, the Illustrator thing. Yeah, basically we're extracting some of the stuff we did illustration wise, which kind of sucks, but we want to improve on. We want to extract that out to a set of reproducible skills because I'm going to have more marketing pages. I'm going to have to do this again in the future. And then if I have a good pattern for this, I could extract it out to more like a more generic skill, possibly. But I at least want to build the one for Messijo just to see. All right, so yeah, let's continue this part. So load the style guide, ask the user what they would want to build, check to see if a component exists for it in the apps components illustrations directory relative to the root of the repo. If the component exists, confirm with the user. Or ask for a different name. Well, actually, if they are sure they want a new component, or instead to edit the existing. If they choose the existing one, recommend they start fresh with the what's the name of it? Messijo Web Illustrator. Altistrator. That sounds awesome. Hold up. Altistrator? Patent pending. Patent pending. That's genius. I don't know what I'm going to use it for, but that's genius. Where do I save that for later? What is an Altistrator? I don't know, but we need to make one. Like, right? Like, totally. I don't know what it is or what it could possibly be, but it needs to exist. It's too good of a name otherwise, right? Like, come on. I'm only human here. Altistrator. That was beautiful. Yeah. No, no. I was gonna put it back. So Illustrator, and then this one is instead of create, it would be iterate. Sure. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Absolutely. They want a new component. Come up with a reasonable, unique name that avoids just adding a number to the end. Do you think a model would actually do this correctly? Like, oh man, you'd have, yeah, and how would you actually like set up the mocks for these things and what you expect? Like, man, testing some of this BS could be just as complicated as just writing the code in the first place, you know? I guess that's how kind of testing's always been. So yeah, I don't know. Probably the right and reasonable approach. Right? Like, would you get to this branch? Like, could you write a thing that infers this logic and blah blah blah? Like, oh man. You'd still need like users to approve, but like, oh man, like part of like the testing framework would be like extract criteria, blah blah blah, right? Things like that. Have a user confirm. Oh, hold on. Wrong thing. Oh, yeah, I like it. I like it. Um, I would say that would be part of the test harness. Like, you would almost need to have the test harness like set the metadata up front, and that would be part of the skill too. Like, read like a metadata file of like, well, what temperature ranges do you want to test? How resilient should it be to temperature changes? Blah blah blah. It should also test across multiple models. So like your test harness file would have to say like what models you want to test against in a matrix kind of thing. I think that would be really valuable. Like make it a specification so all these fucking like tools support it and you can just import this shit, right? Just run a thing, scrape it, get the metadata of like what tests you got and what things you got, and you can output it directly to all these fucking things that test this shit. But you'd have to do it as like a collaborative effort that all of these things get in on. So they can import that shit from any code base, maybe. So then like maybe they're less sticky, but it means that more like they can all work together to like do it. So it'd almost be like open LLMetry. I feel like I've seen that term, so I didn't just come it up, but like come up with it. I feel like we've talked about it before, but yeah, like I've definitely seen LLMetry, but this would be open LLMetry. It would be purely focused on just this. I think the idea has more and more legs the more we think about it. And who best to do it besides Linux Foundation? Like, this would be the skills testing framework specifically, the skills testing metadata. But you could then piggyback on the same design for testing other shit too. You know? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. If there's someone who's actually better and smarter about this stuff than I am, like take it and run with it. I'm not gonna be mad. I'd love to be involved just for the brainstorming part. But yeah, no, I really like the idea. There's something to it. I think the idea has legs. Someone will do it better than me, and that's fine. But yeah, I'm not sure file-based AI metadata is actually the right idea. I just think there will be some kind of metadata specification, and then being able to add to and like make that discoverable in easy ways, like just everybody wins because of that. So someone's going to figure that out, you know? Wherever that lives, I don't care as long as it exists. But I think file based makes a shitload of sense for certain things, right? Instead of just polluting your code base with a bunch of like, file name dot metadata dot md or some bullshit, you know? Right? Just next to every file. That gets so gross at scale, you know? I think it's way grosser than just at the end of a file. Like, I hate when tests even do that. Like, I know the test should probably live next to the file that it's testing, but... Well, okay, one's your unit tests. All right, cool. Oh, well, this one's the end-to-end test that lives next to it. Okay, cool. Well, then this one's also like the, some of the meta files that the end-to-end test needs so that we can keep our end-to-end tests like cleaner, but we don't necessarily want to co-locate those elsewhere, so like we load this dynamic and you end up with like 10 files per like one file, it gets pretty gnarly. But could you imagine if it all lived in that one file? Well, yeah, now you got 20,000 long line files. So where does the line get drawn? And that's a tougher question. So you kind of got to support both. You got to do file-based or metadata within the file-based. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just thinking out loud. But yeah, what's up, Megaloo? How you doing? What you up to? We were just going down like an idea rabbit hole real quick of what like an AI metadata specification and set of tooling might look like. And for me, like I thought like a per file based, like, and this specifically for like coding, right? Right, like a set of skills that are kind of like cross harness for just like AI metadata reading and writing based upon certain shit, so you don't got to read the whole goddamn file every time, No, it doesn't need to be a guarantee, but at least like a lot of these things are pretty good at obeying some kind of instructions, right? There's no guarantee they do so, and that's always the fun part, but I don't know, I do feel like they're somewhat good at doing at least a few of these things that you could specify a bit more. It's just more like hints. Whether they obey the indexing and shit, who cares? But hey, like at least this metadata, it's there, man. Check it out. How about it? Right? There's no guarantee it follows a skill, right? And the whole like, hey, load this reference file. There's no guarantee of any of this shit. But you can at least like test it and see which models like fuck it up more. And that might be valuable data. Could you imagine an aggregate of all these people running these things and like, you know, allowing their test data to like go into some like giant like database of like harness support for skill following. That'd be some valid fucking data, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think there could be some real value there. I don't know for sure. Just thinking out loud. It's like I smoke weed or something. I do need to turn off or turn down this fan that's blowing on me. It's just a little strong at the moment. Oh, I just turned it up. Wrong button. All right, there we go. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, at the end of the day, anything to do with an LLM is still just a really strong suggestion. That doesn't mean it's not worth doing, right? So I think that's the big point there. I think it could still have value. I think my main thought would be to even have some kind of like tree sitter based parsing for the majority of languages to make it extra strong. Because that could be valuable too. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that just complicates things a little too much. Yeah. All right. Anyway, spacing, thinking out loud. I was thinking about some work stuff. Yeah, just stoner. I shouldn't be thinking about work right now. I am a little baked though. Man, those sodas, yeah, they are good. I will say, like, it is. It's probably like a good mixture of the whiskey and too. But yeah, the weed soda with the whiskey gets you to like a good, kind of nice, actually. It'd be an expensive habit though. Even one a day. Those things are $20 a day. Like, nah, man, definitely not worth it. But worth thinking. All right, so it looks like here it tried some stuff, and I think it tried to fix it. We've got a bunch of things open right now. It said it fixed which ones? Keyboard monitoring and lenses. Okay, sure. And we don't have one here on the what to track. Oh man. All right, just double checking, dude. Yeah, man. Wearing headphones like this all day. Not ideal. All right, so that one worked. The next one they said they did was lenses. All right. Well, it did put it next to it. They're not wrong about that. Okay, I'm going to say you did a good job. All right, so then, yes, let's continue the scaffold thing, right? Create a component with a reasonable and unique name. All right, so then this is going to be in the apps slash marketing source. Yeah. Right. We got to make sure we're always like relative to the repository root. I'm pretty sure. Doesn't mean it's going to follow it, but theoretically a better model would, right? So yeah, create a component there, blah, blah, blah. Possibly one created blah, in a previous step, but if not, make them. It's trained on human writing, so it should understand run-on sentences. Boom, roasted. That's worth a tweet, right? I should set up Ferryman. God damn it. This is just too easy right now. I think this one can go out to LinkedIn. We're not like getting too crass. We're not like too like anti whatever. How do we feel about it? Yay or nay? Come on. Oh, TV Twitch hates it. Oh no. What could I do better? Do I shorten the preface? I think the preface is too long, right? I'll agree with that. If that's the critique, I think the preface is too long. Too much context. Zoomer brain can't cope. While prompting, I thought oh wait, hold on. No, I think this is better, right? We do it as like a quote. Maybe I leave the quotes. Oh, do I leave the quotes? I think we leave the quotes, right? Me. Earlier today. Right? Boom. It's technically earlier. It was like 4 minutes ago. And 5. I don't know. Something like that. Boom. Nailed it. I think quote format. I think we nailed it. Thank you for the edit. Thank you for the down thumb. I think this is a massive improvement. Yeah? I think Johnny 5 cooked. Good input. I think we're good. I think that's it. I think that's the one that makes me famous, right? I think we're good to go. See y'all on the other side. I'm kidding. Please no. That'd be so awkward. What are you famous for? I made a tweet. Yep. Did you do anything else? Nothing you've heard of. Like, I don't know. Right? Like yeah, right? Like I don't know. That would be the entire thing. It'd be so bad. Nah. Nope. Nah. Basically no. All right. So yeah, Altistrator. We got to figure out what Altistrator does. It'll be good. It'll be good. All right. So create a component. Blah blah blah. Place the component in the appropriate page. Right. So this thing, and yeah, like this is like something I would love to have a suite of like tests that I could just build and run, right? Like how could we do that? That would be an amazing tool, I think, right? Even for people just building their own self-made skills. Like, do you want to validate that skill? Here you go. Here's how you do it. Have some fun. That'd be really cool. I'm not sure the test validation framework actually truly needs to be tied to the file-based metadata idea, but I do think they will somewhat, they could interact in some way. I don't know. I don't know, man. Anyway, so yeah. All right. So there we go. That'll try and create it. So here's the thing. This is right. It should be web. I like that. All right. So it actually warns us against that. Where is that warning coming from? Should match the folder name. That's cool. Like, where is that even coming from as like a specification? I actually really like that, but I'd like to know how that functions so I could maybe try and make sure my own stuff does it in the future. What is that? There's no way I installed like an extension that has like the idea of what a skill is. There's no way. That's got to just be built into VS Code. I'm pretty sure that's it. There's no way I have a skill for that. Or like an extension for that. I mean, we can double check, but I don't think so. Yeah, that is weird. All right, so then this is going to be iterate. Yeah, so then this becomes iterate. I don't know. Anyone else, like, please feel free to poke at the idea of the file-based metadata thing. Like, I don't know. Like, it's always just a suggestion. So, like, whether a tool ignores it or not, that's really just on the quality of the model at that point, right? Because most coding models need to be like actually very specifically tuned to like listening to the input more than anything, right? I'm not sure. I don't know. All right, so then this thing, the iterate skill. I actually want to start using them. We're gonna like load them and use them and try them, because that sounds like the next fun evolution of some of this like agentic BS that we've been experimenting with. And I'm okay with doing it specifically for a tool because that's exactly how I would want to use it on a real code. Like I'm using it on a real code base. I want it to actually be driven by things that I am doing that are reproducible and like definable. So yeah. Because I don't want it to be a thing where like I do it and then like each animation is just somehow like way different from each other because the prompting drifted so much further without like maintaining any of the stuff that could have been shared. Like I actually want to be able to like regenerate these things over and over and over again, right? And not be pissed about it. So like your prompting would have to be so good and specific that like it gets it. This would actually be one of those like where like the source code lives as the source of truth almost. Like you'd want it to be like iterable, but you could commit it kind of thing. I don't know, like yeah. I'm willing to start experimenting with something like that in one of my code bases for sure. So these would be like dynamically driven, like generated animations and infographics and SVGs, and I want to create a set of tools that do that specifically to where like I would be okay letting it run amok without me like having to fine tune it after. How could you set that up? And I don't know. If it never works, then it never works, but hey, I tried, right? Right? Diagrams as cattle, not pets, you know? It's like the same like Kubernetes mentality of like the server you're hosting. It's cattle. It's not a pet. It is going to be slaughtered. It's going to be killed. It will not exist at some point. You might be on an entirely new server and machine with the next like instance that we spawn, and that's okay. That's fine. That's the thing you're connected to, and everything's okay. Right? Cattle, not pets. So yeah, like we could start to apply that to like illustrations and iterate on those illustrations just based upon the prompt, but get it to where it's like so reproducibly like something you'd be okay with that you don't care about how it changes exactly. And if you are bummed, well, yes, you could like lock it, you know? Boom, lock it to that thing. How would you work that into like a generative process? Oh, yeah, like you'd almost need like Git hooks for it or something to do it the right way. Ooh, no, you'd want it to be part of the CI/CD process. No, you just have someone just generate it on their own. hey, some tool on GitHub Marketplace, we trigger you to regenerate this thing, right? And it's like, it's just part of your actions. So it's like only runnable on like either callable or like with a specific tag or something. Or like, no, really, you could do it any way you want with CI/CD. It would be just a workflow. And you pick the triggers, right? And you could do any of the triggers I just mentioned, or just like a push to a certain set of files or whatever. That's fine. I still think a person would probably still want to be like in the loop on signing off on a graphic. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure there's something there yet. I don't think there is for that yet. I would use it, but like I don't think there's a product there. Here's something I'm thinking. Has anyone been deep into the GitHub marketplace? Are you able to like what if you just want to run my thing but use your AI so you're not leaking stuff? Is there a way to plug and play that, but then like at least like at you as like a thing creator, like, hey, we need a bare minimum like size of the model. And if you want to go against that, here's a warning. Like, I think there needs to be like ways that you could like plug and play whatever AI you got wired up to GitHub. Because, I mean, obviously, they're going to have to do that eventually, right? They can't be dragging their feet and push Copilot only subscription shit, right? Dude, what if they just bought OpenRouter? God damn it, I just jinxed it. No, maybe because I said it, they won't. Maybe that's the move. God damn it. Please. Please don't buy OpenRouter. They totally could, though. They get a lot of money. It would be one of the smartest fucking acquisitions they've ever made. God damn it. That face when you just gave they an idea. God damn it. It's such a good one. They'd be stupid not to. It's like a de facto standard. All these companies got to be fucking like vying to buy that shit up. Dude, even here's the problem. If Google did it, they'd kill it quicker than Microsoft would. But, well, I don't know. Maybe. Google might keep it going. I'm so curious about the pressures on the OpenRouter team for like acquisitions. It seems like such like a fundamental tool. I know there's competitors. Like I've seen we've had someone in chat who was operating one where the average Joe couldn't sign up yet. Like I couldn't sign up yet. So that's the thing. I've seen another company recently. They saw me tweet about a thing, so they found my email. All right. Yeah, Open Router is like, dude, it's like the tool. It really is. It just is. Yeah, no, I have. Oh man, I have thoughts. Oh man, yeah, I gotta do like a thing like ASAP, like today, Junior. Anyway, sorry, space now. Thinking. Now, now here's the thing. I was perfectly behaved. Tomorrow's gonna be nice and chill. I still just I like having a day. I guess kind of we had a day yesterday too, but I got shit done yesterday. I got shit done today too. Yeah, I should have edit access to the stuff that I had earlier. And I do need to actually run through that ASAP end of tonight. For the one thing, like work wise, that I just got unblocked for earlier. All right, so yeah, as far as this like iterate skill, right? We load the style guide. Um, the goal is to grill the user into finding a good visualization of whatever to be shown. Always ask for but also always provide useful suggestions. This process can repeat many times. All right, so right, so then similar to this, If the component doesn't exist, confirm. Oh. No, Oh, that's it. There we go. Confirm with the user by listing appropriate files to iterate on and the files in which they are used. If the user does not help provide a component to iterate upon. Oh. Then recommend they use the Messijo web illustrator scaffold skill and end this session. All right. The goal is to grill the user into finding a good visualization of whatever needs to be shown. Always ask for user input, but also provide useful suggestions in a list. I don't know. Something like that. I'm not sure this is actually any good. I've never made a skill. I just think this is a thing. And we have illustrations made. So we could at least like test the illustrations iterate thing first, right? That sounds like a fantastic idea, doesn't it? Like, come on, man. So the lenses funnel diagram. All right, wish me luck. Oh, there it is. Web Illustrator iterate, so it's a bit long. All right. So our description should be better. But iterate. All right, I want to iterate the lens's funnel diagram. Yeah, love reading from all of that shit, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah. All that stuff, dude. Yeah, get it, man. I am really curious about how this process goes. This is a brand new learning experience for me. Like, this is a brand new thing. All right, so this is happening specifically for this. Oh, and they give us options. Here are the options. So, okay. Remove and expand the max view box, spreading to refill elements. It's the best fix and the most work. Ooh, do we just say combine? I don't know, man. Let's just say A for now. I think A is good. All right, we're going a little late. I know the music's a little down tempo. Here's the thing, and here's the best part. I am actually saying right now, Footlong Icicle, if you're out there, you got a song recommendation? And if he's not there, well, he missed his chance, didn't he? Here's the thing. If they're not there, I'm especially gonna play the song that they wanted to have played the other day. Oh, we're definitely playing it. Yeah. Right? Like, come on, out of spite. We'll play it again eventually for him, of course. Right? For sure. But at least this is like a fun spite one. I will do it next time he's here just for the acknowledgement, just for the fun of it. But yeah, sunglasses at. You found some copy pasta? All right, that's fine, that's fine. At least you called it out as copy pasta. It's a little awkward without it, so thank you for the reference. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. He speaks as true as he can, and I'm a little buffered. Let me put it that way. So yeah, there, Kuro, I get it, I see it. I will say copy pasta with a first message is a little on the questionable side, but I get it. I understand. I do like that quote. That is some solid copy pasta. Damn, that's good. Like code that compiles on the first try. Mm. Dude, I feel bad for Footlong for missing this though. We'll play it again on their behalf next time they're here. It'll probably be a Friday or Saturday. That's okay. We'll play it for them. It'll be all right. We're not doing it just to be mean. I just thought it was funny to do it when they weren't here. Oh, that's even better. That's even better. Nah, we'll definitely do it for them. I'm not trying to be the asshole. Most of the time. My bad. Anyway, let's continue. So, I do think that was a fun tweet. Honestly, we do want this thing iterating on the lenses stuff. And I'm willing to let it kind of figure stuff out. But it's actually asking about like ideas and thoughts now. Here we go, dude. Like, AI, take the goddamn wheel. But yeah, I think that's maybe it. What if we just told the AI to get rid of the fucking labels, dude? And just create like generic ass graphics that don't fucking matter. Because who actually cares about the labels in these things? If you see like a generic thing that animates to what you were like expecting or thinking, then there you go. And if you weren't thinking anything, well, at least it gives you like a way to start thinking. Boom. Like it doesn't need to be this fucking like this is actually how it works. Like it goes through this the thing and the thing, right? Like come on. Like we could revolutionize our animations, right? I think there's definitely something we could do. Do your full goddamn thing, dude. Do it. Do it. And I think that's actually stuff we need to like add to our drawing iteration document, right? I'm letting it take the wheel because I just want it done. You know, I want to see the result And then whatever works, I can distill down and try and recreate as like steps. That would be good. And some days the whiskey is just like way more sippable. I'm not gonna lie, holy shit, like dude, the sleeping and the dreaming last night was amazing. Like sure I woke up every once in a while cuz I just do that. I think that's just how like we're actually wired, but few of us actually recognize the times that we wake up at night cuz we just like look around and go back to sleep and don't record it, but like I typically look at the clock. Like I used to always have like the clock with like the numbers on it. So like when I used to go to sleep at like basically the same time most nights, I'd wake up and roll around and see like the exact same time basically like when I woke up and rolled around for the first time. And it's like, oh shit. Human beings wake up on like a 3 hour-ish basis no matter what you fucking do anyway. So who cares? Oh, oh, that starts to make sense because, like, yeah, it's never been in our best interest as mammals throughout all of our evolution to sleep for way too extended of a time, right? Keep that fire going, you know? At the bare minimum. So, yeah, like, yeah, whatever. It's like I smoke weed or something. Yeah, totally. Whatever. But I didn't today. I drank it in a soda. You're welcome, neighbors. That is the best part about it. Is it worth the extra cost just to like drink the weed? Ooh, just for the sake of your neighbors? That might be the thing. That's like the reason to do it. I wonder if there's like a thing without all like the BS where it's like you just do it. I'm not a fan of like, dude, let me put it this way. I did edibles as well on Sunday and some yesterday. And it's fine, but I don't want to eat. I don't want to do all of the fucking like plastic bullshit on that stuff. Right? All the fucking microplastics into the fucking environment just to like eat all 10 of these goddamn things in one sitting just to feel something, you know? So at least with a soda, I can just chug it and be done, right? Kinda. It's not bad. It's really not bad. Like, you're not getting like, woo, loosey goosey on sodas. You'd have to drink so many in one sitting. Like, you'd just be burping for days. It's not worth it. Just don't do it. I don't think that's worth it. I wonder if that's part of the thing. Do they have to add carbonation so you can't drink it too quick? No, because I don't think that's the thing. They have fucking like little like 5 hour energy size things that probably don't have carbonation in them. And you can just fucking like crack, bam, right? I'd still rather drink the sodas, I think, and mix some whiskey with them. Dude, if I was gonna do the. Here's the thing, I don't necessarily actually like the Jones Cola with whiskey. It's just not that good. But their root beer is actually like, dude, the whiskey root beer, or not whiskey, sorry, the weed root beer is super solid. Not gonna lie, I could do vodka root beers with a decent vodka. Ooh, it's like a root beer float. Ooh, it's actually quite good. You don't even need the vanilla, it just tastes like it anyway. That could be a thing eventually. I'm just saying, like, dude. The Mary Jones, like, root beer sodas? That could be a thing. I know. I know. Um, when I was young, living in New Jersey, right? During the time where, yes, it was just a drive down one direction of the road we lived on to the movie theater that played Jurassic Park that I saw in the theater, Lion King I saw in the theater, Mortal Kombat I saw in the theater. Yeah, I saw all of those three like amazing, seminal, just like, dude, just like peak 90s films in that same theater. And it might have even been the same theater I saw Cool Runnings in for the first time as well. I'm pretty sure, actually. I'm almost positive, but I don't have that as distinct of a memory. The other direction down that same road, my dad, when I was like sick at home one day, he wanted to go for a root beer float and a burger at the Stewart's root beer. And yeah, I got a root beer float, Stewart's root beer float. And dude, that is like just due to the nostalgia of it, the Stewart's root beer float is the like pinnacle of root beer floats to me. But I don't know. What is your favorite root beer float? I know. No, all of the Stewart's locations are long gone, but you can still buy Stewart's root beer, and I think it's still the same recipe. I could be corrected, I could be totally wrong, but I think it's still the same recipe if you get like the Stewart's like in the bottle, you know? I think they've kept the recipe at least. Even though like the company changed hands and all those restaurants closed down, right? So just saying. Soda jerk. Yeah, there you go. The jerk. Hershey's and Barks. Yeah, like here's the thing. I don't think Barks ever had their own like drive-ins, but like A&W and Stewart's used to have their own like places where you would go to like get like a burger or a thing, and like the root beer brand was the one like making the restaurant. Like, and that's like such an old school thing. It's really cool. Yeah, you've seen A&W still? All right, touche. But yeah, just saying. I'm gonna have to rinse that out. All right, give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, I know this is a thing, but yeah, I gotta pee. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Just, dude, I wear headphones all day, and yes, I'm dealing with like a blockage of like a pore or some bullshit on like the edge of the inner ear there. Cause I wear these things a little too much. But it'd be way worse. Like, could you imagine the other shit I'd deal with if I had like the full ear cup bullshit? Oh my god, it'd be way worse. Just, it happens from time to time. Not a big deal. Just wanted to like peroxide it up. That's all. You know? It's just so close to the brain, you can't fuck with like infections. Like, ear infections could kill you like that, you know? All right, so yeah, we did that. Would we like to iterate further on the tweaks? I think it did edit a thing, and oh, that looks way better. Oh, dude, that's nice, man. Oh, dude, it fucking cooked, didn't it? Oh, dude, it fucking cooked. Oh, buddy. Yeah, man. Ah, this is nice. Oh, good job, Clanker. Ah, dude. Ah, dude. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. That. Dude. And yeah, we're gonna let the AI just take the wheel. Like the YouTube AI. But also, yes, this AI. Dude, it fucking dude, it cooked. At the bare minimum, this is really close to what I was like. Oh my god. It just needs to like center it a little better. Dude, fully shippable. And I believe with the same like stuff, we can like do stuff next to the other BS too. Dude, this is all right, all right. Good job, Clanker. Would I want to code that by hand? Fuck no. Hell no, dude. There's no way. Nah. I got better shit to do, man. Nah, man. Could we give that to the intern? There you go. Right? AI is the perfect thing for when. Hold on, man. Could I give it to the intern? Yeah, let me give that to the intern. Let's do that one. This one is currently Claude, right? That came up with that. That is a Claude thing after technically a second step to get to it. Like it had the idea of the thing, but like this is, woo, it cooked on that one, right? No, this is just Sonnet. This is like the stupidest version of it. We're just doing stuff for like copywriting right now, and I forgot to like toggle it for anything else. This is just Sonnet, man. Dude, and yeah, there it goes. Now it's in the center. Hey, problem solved. Fuck yeah, dude. Holy shit, dude. All right. All right. Yeah, Sonnet is solid, man. Now, hold on. Let's refresh and just double check. Yeah. So it was like hung up on itself. And now it's like a good solid like 3 seconds. Oh, man. No. Like, here's the biggest thing. Like, as an engineer, your job is to think about like what the best model is for each case. If you're using the best model for everything, you're actually kind of a bad engineer at this point, right? If you really think about how like the software dev trade is going to go, well, shit, who's the most efficient for what they get done? Can we quantify the value of every task they do? And which models are they using to get that shit done? Is that going to be like the metric we all eventually get judged by? Probably. Is anyone measuring that properly yet? No, so we're still in the golden age. But that'll eventually be the thing. How are you prompting this shit? Why is your efficiency metric dropping? Well, I didn't understand it and I need to do a bunch more research. Oh, really? Couldn't you have just like maybe let a smaller model do the research and then come back and use your brain later? Why did it have to do all the work for you? Dude, I'm doing a fucking like a one-on-one with your engineering lead in 2032. Do I like how that sounds? Fuck no, and I hope I'm not doing any of that shit by then. Oh my god, that sounds fucking miserable. Dude, doesn't it? Well, I just want to say, like, you're at a 0. Like 91x efficiency rating compared to like our baseline of what we're kind of expecting of engineers, and I'm just gonna let you know, like, we got interns that can totally hop into this role. We got, dude, yeah, we got a pipeline of interns and just like new grads. Just waiting. Is that a thing? Is that like where it could eventually go? Yes, but not for like the most important shit. Are people not fluent enough in English cooked? No, because you can still prompt an engine to translate it into English, and like these things are getting better and better at that too. So I completely disagree. I don't think so. I don't think so. You are still bottlenecked by the translation quality of these tools. But other than that, like, nah, man, they're getting better and better at that shit, like, every day, way quicker than the other shit, right? Like, some of this other shit, we're hitting diminishing returns, like cross-language compatibility, we're still, like, seeing major gains, yeah? I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive. Right? So when, like, we're judging, like, oh, is this even a good enough model? Like, did it even change or make anything better? No, what you're missing is that it got way better at, like, that same thing for other people, too. You know? And I think that's something a lot of us in English-speaking worlds don't recognize or think about, but is absolutely a thing to, like, really, really think about. And I would argue, wait, hold on. What do you think? Do you think some of these Chinese made models would actually understand you better if you spoke Chinese to them? I bet they would. Ooh, I bet they would. Maybe not. Maybe what we're seeing is they're just like English trained version of the same shit they have internally. Ooh, and then that's actually way more compelling, right? Minimax 2.7 is just what they're giving us. They got something way better trained on actual Chinese. Oh, that actually changes the goddamn game, doesn't it? I don't know if that's actually true, but what if? Like, holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, same training algorithm, but way more fucking data as a corpus. Oh. Right? Like, dude. They probably do. Like I would be willing to bet that there's a Minimax version that is like a China local version that is something we can't get access to, but it wouldn't even make sense to us because it's trained on a totally different fucking language. But it has such a larger corpus of just data in general that it's insane what it can train on. And then holy shit, dude. So yeah, I wonder if that's it. I wonder if that's actually part of it, right? I wonder if that's a thing. That could totally be a thing. Right? Some of the bigger like mainstream models out of China might actually just be like yeah, they're open weights and open models and all that, but like dude, if you go through any of our stuff hosting it, like yeah, we're totally training ourselves up on like how to understand English better because we get Chinese. Oh man, we got Chinese. We got so much Chinese to train on. Like, now we know how to speak Chinese. Like, we're trying to figure out the English thing, and you're just training our models to be better at that stuff that we got internally, and that you'll never see in the outside world. Like, I don't know, man. There could be a thing. There could be a thing. But dude, it cooked on this shit, didn't it? Yeah, that animation is fucking sick. We prompted it. We got it there. We did the thing. Nailed it. All right, now I'm asking too much. Oh, but you can do a little bit. Now you got to do a lot of it. Yeah. Right? Typical fucking lead, right? Oh, you're actually really good at what you do? Let me give you a lot more fucking responsibility. Thanks. You saved me. No, and I don't think we've actually gotten too heavy on the usage for this. Like, if we really do, like, load it up, I don't know. If we look at Claude, right, and we go, stats, yep, right. We are currently at 50% of what we should be using. Sure, that might take a little bit. That involved a bunch of shit, though. We're at 73% for the week. So, yeah, we're going to have to stop using Claude, and it won't reset. 2 more days. That's fine. I feel like this would be a fun, like, pretty much any of these, like, Krungbin Leon Bridges songs would be kind of nice for, like, a karaoke, like, on a date, you know. Don't sing this as a solo person, you'll look crazy. Unless you're, like, solo and there's, like, someone in the crowd you're making eyes with, you know? But, man, yeah, this would be a nice song. It'd be like Peter Gabriel's, like, In Your Eyes. That's also a deal sealer. Just saying. And none, like, dude, none of these, like, Leon Bridges songs are at, like, a crazy register. So, like, most people could, like, trudge their way through a singing version of it, you know? Like, it's not going to be the same shit, but, like, you're not going to be embarrassed. Like, as if you were trying to sing, I don't know, something crazy. And one here tried to, like, woo a date and totally blow it because they realize they can't sing that range. Like, and it's just kind of sad. What song was it? This is like karaoke stories. Like, honestly, that could be like a podcast in and of itself, just karaoke stories. Ooh, that would actually be kind of fun as like a podcast. You do karaoke stories, you just interview people, right? You have like the host talk about it a little bit, and then like, dude, as many like interviews as you do, some people make it on, some people don't. But it's like basically the same idea as like a standard like 90s level like radio call-in show. Like you got someone like vetting the audience before they can speak on the air. And then you dump them if they're blowing it. But like with a podcast, you could just like only have the cuts, only like the good shit. So you just like interview as many people as humanly possible, and you craft each episode with just some like the hosts talk about some bullshit and then throw in some random shit and then discuss. Dude, yeah, like dude, a podcast like that would just print money. You kidding me? Syndication. Let's go. By dialing into this show, you agree that any and all recordings can, I don't know, there's some like boilerplate that they play, like when you're like listening to like do it and you do the confirm through the phone thing, like, one, I confirm. There you go. We got you. Thank you. Appreciate you. We're going to use this audio and we're going to get rich. I will say, I'm not a big fan of this last song on this album. Let's, wait a minute. What? Am I misunderstanding this? Hold on. Does Leon Bridges look like Jordan Peele? No, this is not me just being like weird. Like I think I just saw like a short showing Leon Bridges, and I could have sworn it looked like Jordan Peele without his glasses on. Like in the same way I look like modern day Edward Furlong, because I'm like chubby at this point myself, like I'm just I'd like to be younger Edward Furlong. That's like 40 pounds ago. We're working there. We're getting there. Little by little. Oh, damn right, young Steve-O, Mr. Sir. Here's the thing. We have other things churning with other subscriptions. Like, do you always need Claude to do all of your stuff? Or, I don't know, are there other things that have value? And I would recommend checking that out. This was actually just us checking, because technically we had this churning. And we do have, hold on, Cuneiform, what are you up to? Oh, so this just did the implementation. 1 second. Nah, just the serendipity of it. Touche. Now, so this one now, we need to do like the review. We've been doing Minimax 2.7 for the implementation of code, and then we've been doing Mimo V2 Pro for the review of that code for at least one project. And then we have other stuff we're like churning to right now. So for this one specifically, like, yeah, BMAD code review. I mean, it's working okay. We have this thing that is like purely like the BMAD system. So it's like we have structure for that, and they recommend switching models. So we're doing exactly what they recommended, and that's like the flow that we've gotten into. At one point, we did Mimo doing the dev and then Minimax doing the review. And it's like, okay, I don't think I've done like a good analysis of like, well, which one is heavier on tokens? Because then I would like cost benefit that, right? Is K2.6 a 3x limit on OpenCode Go right now? I had not seen that. That is news to me, but I did see them like talking about it. Okay, so they're currently on a 3x usage that puts Kimmy closer to like the other things I would use for commodity anyway, so okay, sure, I could start using Kimmy for the review phase. I think I'd still stick with Minimax for the implementation stuff. I don't know, Hamzard. I don't care. Like, I'm not doing it for most of this stuff that I care about anyway. Even if they want to train on Messijo, like, I don't know if I give a shit. It's just code. Like, the thing I'm doing is bigger than the code itself. And I think a lot of projects really are that way. But yes, there are things that you would be like, oh shit, this is proprietary. I don't have any of that. I don't have any code like that. Like, what I'm doing is just basically glue for a very specific thing I'm doing. The patterns, it's the same shit any other code would do as well. Like my code is not my moat, right? My ability to like think about the problem and iterate and build a thing that I want is my moat. Like, no one can take that from me, right? Does that mean that what I'm building is exactly right? No, it just means that anyone can build anything. The only moat now is like, well, what are you actually building? No, I get that, Sivo. Some projects are really just crud, and it's like, yeah, why do you think this is some magic secret sauce, motherfucker? Like, why are you hiding this? Who gives a shit? Oh. Let me refresh the YouTube. Did we crash? I have a lot of shit open in this browser. I'm going to close a bunch of the Tubi tabs. Yeah, there we go. I think that should solve a little bit of that. All right, I think we're good. No, but here's the thing, Sivo, right? There are projects in which, like, no, this is absolutely, like, 100% proprietary. We can't leak this. This is our secret sauce. We can't leak this. You aren't allowed to use any AI. Those projects exist, man. Right? Like, that shit is out there. Right? I've never worked on a project like that, so I have no fucking thought or concerns about it, but they totally fucking exist, man. Like 1000%. Well, I'm not going to be streaming them. But I'm just saying, like, those things exist, and how do any of these tools actually try and get into that? That I don't fucking know. Like, man, that shit, yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't know. But yeah, I guess that's the big idea. Most people should at least be just trying shit, But if you work at a job where you can't, like, if exfiltration of data is the greatest, biggest concern, well, yeah, hold on. Is your model able to, like, read customer data? You should not be exfiltrating that. So, like, there needs to be, like, guardrails for any, like, repo for that stuff, right? Like, if you have access to health data, right? There's no fucking way you should be able to turn a model loose on that data and have it read it, right? Like, so somehow there needs to be like OS level, company level concerns about that kind of data and the accesses to it, right? Like HIPAA and all that bullshit, right? And I don't think anyone's actually solidified on like a standard for that yet, which would be really fucking cool and interesting. Yeah, I get that, Steve-O, but yeah, just wondering, like, dude, there's gonna be some tool out there that just simply, like, sits as a middleman between you and any other service, and you just call out to their shit because they are 1000% HIPAA compliant, and they will scrub the data in a way that, okay, we're good, kind of thing, right? But also, you got to make sure like certain things aren't doing blah 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 and whatever. Well, I don't know. And hey, what's up, Talons? How's it going? I know nobody actually does it, but that'll be a nice thing to have as like a future that we can push for. We can be optimistic. You know, shit, shit. Yeah, guardrails as a service is a kind of like sweet, oh, cool idea, you know? Yeah, no, I think it'd be awesome, wouldn't it? So yeah, someone build a guardrails as a service thing with all the proper like data protections. It's like absolutely like network segmented and like routed only to an individual server that decides like how the data gets pushed. Like you got to be an AWS wizard or a Kubernetes wizard to make that happen, but that's a business. That is a business. You could totally build that business. For sure. Yeah, that's the thing there, Stevo, right? Like anyone with access to systems could be hacked. It's not just a hack on your systems, it's a hack on the people with access to systems. And that's actually been the case since fucking like, dude, Kevin Mitnick, right? That's actually been the case since Kevin Mitnick and beyond, you know? Who has access? Who can I compromise to get that access? Right? The vector may have changed, but the problem is still the same, right? Who was granted that access and why did they have it? Tale as old as time, you know? With proper data restrictions, that would have been a pretty minimal leak, technically, right? No, so like all LLMs do is just re-expose social engineering and the problems of it. Like it's not that someone compromising a person is a problem. It's that that one person being compromised led to so much shit. Why did that person have so much access? So much of that access should have required like other things before it became a problem, you know? So then it becomes just like a level of how do you restrict the data that you give to people, and it needs checks and balances. And it just, you know, goes all the way up the chain. Oh, you need access to that? Like it should be a simple thing. Like a human being should be able to sign off on that with a good reason or whatever, right? And yes, will problems still happen? Sure. But I think the fact that a single engineer can compromise really, really, really sensitive systems is a problem, because, like, why did they have that access in the first place? They shouldn't have. They should have been granted snapshots that were scrubbed, you know? Like, there's a bunch of reasons, right? In healthcare, rapid access to charts is needed, but you need on-the-fly systems that scrub that properly, right? And that's like an entire business you could build, yeah? That's what I'm getting at, though. Like, maybe that's a business that needs to be made if that isn't filled. Like, I get it. Like, Talons, you're pointing out that there's an entire, like, flaw in the system that could be filled. But it would have to be so, like, locally sourced that, you know, it's not a problem of, like, leaking data, right? You don't want that to have to go to the cloud. Could that be something that happens within the internal network of a hospital or something, right? And that'd be really fucking cool. Now, I'm not saying we have this stuff set up right now. That's just the future, I think, right? I think you're right, yeah. And we could do that with internally hosted systems at hospitals, which they have to do anyway because of HIPAA concerns, right? Like, there is absolutely many, like, multiple IT people at every hospital whose job is just simply maintaining basically a data center and then maintaining the connectivity to that data center, you know? Kind of in general, yeah, right? That's like their day-to-day job. Beyond that, there's other stuff they do, I'm sure, but that's their day-to-day job. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm speculating. It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't actually know. But yeah, I think there are tools that could live as middlemen for these processes. And that would be cool. Like, I don't know. Someone could make a business for, like, do one that isn't HIPAA compliant. Do one that is, right? One person wins for one person wins for the other. Don't try to tackle both at the same time. Like, it's a losing proposition. And then if the other one fucks up, well, then you swoop in because you already have enough market share to, like, absorb the hit of doing, like, a new market, you know? No, and I get that. I understand, but a badge is still just like a representation of something, right? But yeah, guardrails as a service. Go for it, Steve-O, man. Like, dude, just saying, you didn't come up with it yourself on your own. If you need an advisor, I'll take 2%. Right? Just put me on the board. I have the best fucking, like, thoughts for the thing. I don't think advisors are worth 5%. No. If you're ever trying to get VC funding, no advisor should have 5%. If you want to bring me on for more than 2%, let me know. And if you even want to, like, figure that out and reduce it later, let me know. But no one's going to actually, like, okay VC funding to a thing where an advisor has 5%. Like, nah. If you want to figure out a way to get me 5%, go for it. But I'm just saying, like, nah. Easiest thing, advisor 2%. One, I would even settle for one if you have to argue me into it. Like, honestly, if you just say, like, dude, they won't sign on 2%, I'll go for one. But yeah, no VC funding is going to accept a 5% advisor. It'll never happen. Like, it would be poison to any contract. You know that, right? I'm just saying, that's what I've kind of read and understood and been told, and it's, like, so solid in my mind that, yeah, no. I'm just saying, Sivo, like, I would happily sign on as an advisor to a thing you want to take to VC. And I would like to be 1% if you want to do it. Like, if you're actually gonna do it. Otherwise, I don't think you're actually serious. You want to give me 5%? Well, yeah, sure. 1% and 5% are both zero of nothing. So, yeah, I'll take, dude, I'll take 99% if you want to give it to me. Shit. Oh, I get it. Talents, for sure. For sure. Dude, Steve, if you want to talk me down to 0.5, we can do it, but we just need to like find a number. And then yeah, I'll be an advisor. I really do think 1% is reasonable though, right? Come on. Let's get fucking VC in on this shit, dude. Like, you don't need me, but the fact that you didn't even think about it, you hadn't even thought about it until just now, you technically need me. All right? You technically need me. If you had never thought about this before, come on, you technically need me. You don't need me if you really know you don't need me, but I don't know, man. You wouldn't have had this thought any other way. Like, obviously, your brain isn't in it. You need the help. I'm not trying to be some idea guy. You got to put in all the work. Shit. Just saying, like, you weren't capable of coming up with the idea in your first place? Shit. Shit. Come on. You need someone that'll help steer you. I like the idea there, Steve-O. Just keep in mind, like, my brain has value, so I'm going to have to agree that you need my brain to make this successful because you wouldn't have even thought about it otherwise. That obviously means you're going to need, like, direction more so than just what I gave you. That steering has value too. Like, come on. Whatever you think my expectations are, we're gonna have to push on that, you know. Sell you this pen? I mean, you didn't even know you had a pen until I told you about it. Like, sold. It's up to you, man. Yeah, do your thing. Yeah, dude. This is the internet. Like, you can do whatever you want, man. Yeah, shit. Sell you this pen. That's actually my pen. You just borrowed it. I mean, I gave it to you. If you want to keep it, you can be a dick about it. But do you even know how you could use that pen? I don't even think you know what that pen's capable of. You can keep it. And I'm just out a pen. But I think you're out way more than a pen if you do so. Dude, I feel really good about that. Damn shit. Oh my god. Could I have been on Wall Street? Could I have been a wolf? Just saying, that felt good. Well, there you go. Talons wins. Touche. It's just that simple. It's all fun and games until a Talons enters chat. All right, so let's continue. Hold on. Oh, hold up. All right, so back to the thing we're bullshitting about. What are we even bullshitting about? Hold on. Yeah, we prompted a thing. Hold on. Review the current 4-3 story, right? Like, that should be good. Now, it wasn't a sale, but it was a happy trade. All right, how's this thing doing? Oh shit, this thing actually finished all its shit. Oh no. All right, so hold on. This thing finished all its shit. This was the Slide Astro. Like, doing its thing, man. Well, hold up. All right. So here's the thing. We have Slide Astro. This is a slide based, like an Astro based slide tool inspired by Slidev, and we totally took Slidev as inspiration. Let's see if it cooked. I still want to like kick a little bit more, but you know, you're not wrong. Did it blend? I'm clicking next way too much. It did not blend. No, something totally, totally fucking broke. God damn it, motherfucker. You were the chosen one. Don't fuck with me, template. I have the high ground. All right? All right, so Slide Astro has been committed, sure. And for Slide Astro, we are using Gemini, actually. We're using Gemini Flash for basically fucking everything. So hold on, let's think about this. We could just do a manual selection of 3-1 Pro and just say like, hey man, right? Like, let's set the tone. Is we're not like being dicks about it, right? Like, dude, it needs this. Dude, Gemini's had a long fucking day and he just hates the fucking Eagles, okay? Right? So like, let's phrase this right for Gemini. Right? Hey man, I think some stuff is broken when doing some of the click stuff. No big deal. But a fix would be really cool. Oh no. Oh, I killed it. I lost that entire thing because I misclicked. Alright. Well, fuck it. Alright. I tried. Y'all saw it, I tried. Dude, one bad typo and it's gone forever. Alright, well. Blame the Gemini team for this one, man. What's the actual fix? Restarted. Are you thinking that the Gemini team actually did things that would make it easier for the user? Hold on. Have you and I used the same Gemini? Dude, I need to get my stomach fucking fixed. I saw this band in concert, and hold on, Patrick Armbruster the Third or some bullshit that his name is actually named complained about a $40 fucking lobster roll here in Seattle. The dude's from fucking LA. Tell me where in LA you're getting a cheaper fucking lobster roll. Just tell me. Like, seriously. Fucking tell me. Where in LA, you're getting a cheaper goddamn lobster roll than $40. It's not goddamn happening. Maybe Red Lobster, but like, dude, do they even have an LA Red Lobster? They probably do, but holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. There is not a single goddamn place in LA you're getting a fucking lobster roll for less than $40. Unless you're like at the pier and you caught it yourself. You know, like it's fucking weird. That was the thing he would shout out like, well, I know I'm in Seattle. Hey, I'll say a thing about seafood. Meh. Meh. And the dude's name is Patrick Armbruster the Third. Or some shit like that, right? Like, dude, motherfucker. Like, come on. You're bullshitting every single one of us right now, right? Come on. Of the main Armbroosters? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, come on. Just like, come on. Right? Joywave. They're a good band. They make good music, but let's not pretend this dude is fucking not fucking like loaded. It's like something Armbruster. It's Daniel Armbruster. Did the third get lost? Daniel Armbruster? Come on, man. There's no way. Yeah, come on. Oh, they're from New York. Oh. I don't know. I'm calling bullshit. Dude, if he's not an industry plant, that's actually way cooler. That'd be way better. I don't think I believe it. Who are his fucking parents? Come on. Come on. There's no fucking way. Who are his fucking parents? Alright, take it easy. Oh, man. Woo! Oh, man. I'm sneezing. Dude, I got the weak, like, meridian line on my abs. Oh, man, every sneeze. I should figure out, like, dude, actually, that's the thing I should figure out. Goddamn sneezes, man. Yeah, I do need to, like, really get that worked out. I don't know about y'all. I definitely have a separation of my abs that when I sneeze, like, or even when I'm like doing like heavy like ab shit, there's like a football that forms on my fucking chest. It's super gnarly. Like, it's gross. I need to get that looked at and worked at, and like it's really like a surgery that needs to happen, but I don't know, man. Fuck that shit, right? Just being honest, but that's a thing I gotta do at some point. I know, right, Krasner? And also, Krasner, I know I said it the other day. Did you see the email? We're trying to add you to the list, but you haven't responded. You haven't done the thing. I'm sorry. I don't want to make you feel bad about doing it or not. You can just say you don't want to do it. That's fine, man. That's an okay response. But just saying, like, I don't want to have to keep reaching out. Just like you don't want me to have to keep reaching out, right? Yeah, dude. You're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. That shit bums me out more than fucking anything. It needs to be a goddamn, like, internet trackable thing. Like, we're fucking up that way. But it's just, like, the way we had to do it because, like, some other shit, like, fucked up. We'd like to do it better. Like, keep that in mind. We'd like to do it better. And yes, I apologize on our behalf for that. My bad. I'll pass that on. Like, dude, who the fuck has a scanner these days? Are you fucking kidding me? Ugh. Who the fuck has a printer and a scanner? No, and I get it. Like, I'm actually speaking on your behalf right now. Like, who the fuck actually has a printer and a scanner? We actually looked at some other shit. But, like, it never solidifies, so we were just doing it, like, the caveman style. And that's a fucking problem. Like, we should just, like, pay for it. Like, it's worth it. But, like, not, like, the major shit. Like, just, like, per usage. Like, come on. Is there, like, a thing that we could just, like, pay per usage? That'd be way better. So, yeah, I get it there. Dude, you're not wrong. You're 1000% backed up on, like, that shit being a bad fucking experience. I get you, man. I gotta double check that. I think there's gotta be some, like, monthly fee that you're paying that maybe you might not be, like, explicitly aware of. Please double check that because I'm pretty sure only that, like, per usage fee. Oh, it's monthly. Yeah. We don't get enough monthly that it's worth it. It's just not at, like, it's not worth it whatso fucking ever. If we could do just like a per usage fee, like every single document we sign costs us X amount, we would be 1000% on board. Yeah, like it's just not a thing that I think any company is willing to do for anything that's like so like ephemeral, you know? Yeah, any app that does that is like it's a DocuSign killer at that point. Like, dude, because everything else will use that. Oh, well, you're still stuck on DocuSign? Well, you could spin up a single form on us and like, it's up to you if you want to keep using DocuSign. That's on you. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. It still sucks though, right? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a huge fucking DocuSign killer. Right? Let's just like charge per signature, man. But it's like a scaling fee. And we charge you once a month. Oh, you only got X amount this month? That's fine. Oh, you get a shitload every month? Well, we're going to charge you for it. Sure. Yeah, make it a usage-based fucking like DocuSign competitor. You will fucking kill the market at that point. Oh, I get it, Kenny. It's like I smoke weed or something. Like I got the ideas. Someone should pay me to just make ideas for them. No, it's going into our list for sure. It's gonna go into the list. It like if someone doesn't do it, then I'm doing it. I know there's a place, they got a Y in the name and all that shit. I feel like Krasner, I don't know, man. I think me in general as a solo person is probably just like, oh, that dude? Yeah, fuck that dude. Like, I don't know, man. I need someone else to back me up. I can't just do a thing myself. I know this about me in general. Krasner, if you want to do any of this stuff together, just let me know, dude. I got ideas, man. You can't buy this brain. There's no AI capable. But there are way more AIs capable of doing way more work because I'm lazy. Right? So there's a thing, like, can we combine the technologies? Can we create like a CM Griffing AI? Maybe. That's it. We just create a CM Griffing AI. It only works from like through like a certain per like hours of the day, and he only works through so much of like the queue that's been worked up, and you only just get him to like answer the question you have based on context you've given. If it requires more effort, oh sorry, timeout. Could we create like a human API where you're paying for like a person and you send a query and like maybe it like hits the timeout? Ooh, did they hit their timeout? Oh, well, maybe it was a bad query. Like, could they give a response as they're hitting the limit of like the research you gave them? You know what? Yeah, sorry. That request from this expert, the one that you're paying like a massive amount for, they actually did this and they gave you like the result of their like research, and that's where you were like hitting your limit. They compiled this 3 minutes after the 15-minute window you gave them for a timeout. And then as a company, you build out the tools where it's like, well, yeah, did you do this search within like our company's version of Chrome that tracks everything, like the other things version of like other like VS Code? that tracks everything and like, did it fix it? Did it do its thing? And then we just pay you the dividend that you deserve. And did it solve it? Like, dude, there's some fucking like thing. There's a business there. There's another business there. Oh my God, someone's gonna have like a contract a fucking expert thing, right? Like, because you got so many fucking like things churning and doing bullshit and like models just burning tokens that eventually, like, yeah, let me get a human involved to just inspect one thing, right? Here's the scope, here's the time frame. Do you think you can do it within this time frame based upon X amount of shit? And like, no, yes, whatever. If they say yes and they mess up, do they get rated? Like, oh my God, dude. I don't like the idea, but that's a business someone's going to make at some point too, right? Someone's going to do it. I don't like it, but someone's going to do it. Dude, all these businesses, like, shit, man. I don't like being the soothsayer, but someone just give me like 1% of all of these things and I'm good to go. Just give me like a bulletproof 1%. No matter how much investment happens, I always get 1%. How do we make that happen? I get 1% of every investment into the project in perpetuity. Every round you get, everything after that. And then, based upon like an IPO, I get 1% of the IPO as well. Boom. Nailed it. Set for life. I just do that for like 10 projects and boom, we're good to go. How do we set up a contract for that? Where do I find a lawyer that helps me like actually like solidify a contract for that? An undilutable 1%. I don't think that's anything anyone can argue at this point. No, I don't think that's even possible. I don't think that's even fucking possible. But I'd love to try. Well, could I reduce it to a 0.5 at the right moment? Well, I could be argued. Goes and it goes and it goes. Yeah, I know. We're like bullshitting. I like, will I ever have this? No. Definitely not. But let's keep doing some shit. Oh shit, yeah, allow for this session. Do your thing. So we got this thing churning on its bullshit. We had cuneiform churning on its bullshit. Oh. Hold on. All right, so back to this. Yeah, map, email, message, blah blah. Submission comes in with only name John. Neither email nor message is in the payload. So Slack Discord gets blank. I feel like don't send anything if nothing matches, right? Like that like just seems obvious. Like, no, it didn't match. Well, don't do it. Like we still need to record it probably, but all right, so then yeah, we're doing like more of this. Hold on. What was the most recent change we made here? Hold on, I'm spacing. This is pipeline overview. Let's just click around. I think that's a better use of our time than trying to understand what even happened. All right, so yeah, we got this thing doing some BS, which I think is beautiful. It nailed it, dude. Let's go. Yeah, we're on keyword monitoring. It at least increased the size. It's fucking up splitting the name. Which is fine, but also like the styling is kind of beautiful. All right, so we go to the next one, lenses, AI filtering. That was the one we just saw. Sure. All right, and then notification delivery. Nothing on notification. Oh, wait, no. So it didn't fix that. Yeah, we're doing like one at a time. Improve a couple illustrations, right? Like it's a bad commit message. I hate it. It's a bad one. But I think Claude, like, I liked it. I committed it. Continue for other stuff. I want to see what it does with like such a minimal input. Like really like adding too much input is actually like a crux. Like it's a problem, right? Dude, do your thing, man. All right, so continuing, hold on. Young Stevo, you started a dumb business a couple days ago. You paid for Claude Max and told him, you don't care what you do, just make websites, do market analysis, integrate Stripe, blah, 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 blah. Like, sorry, like I'm skipping. And then your one caveat is that these ventures can't be scams and must provide real value. Yeah, I get it. And like, how does your venture into contributing to like the dead internet theory actually? How is that going? You know, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm doing basically the same shit. Like we're all like contributing in some way, but I just like I'm still like dipping my toes. How is your fucking like head dive into dead internet theory? Like, how does that feel? Are you okay with it, or does it make you feel dirty? And if you have other feedback that you don't want to give based upon the questions I just gave, well, that's on you. Sure. Yeah, that'll be a thing. I get it. I get it. And is it worth just letting AI churn on it, or did it just recognize a thing that you think is now worth putting an effort towards? And you do that, right? Like you put an effort to build the actual thing versus just like making it bullshitty, you know? I think at this point, like it identified a thing that you should actually put effort into. But that's just my take because I have a vested interest in pushing back on the slop, if that makes sense. You know, like I got slop. I haven't pushed the slop you see right now. This button, why is this button different from other buttons? Because of slop, man. And I haven't pushed it yet because of reasons. Like, but we're still trying stuff. And you know what? Well, this is at least better than nothing. It's not terrible. It's not good. But it's better than nothing, you know? Right? Get it to a point where you as a human would be proud of what you're pushing. And I think that ends up being like the crux of anything we do software-wise or beyond even, right? Like make it a thing you're actually proud of. You're still the one pushing it. Did you put in the effort? Did you? And I think that'll end up being just like the thing. Like, did you put in the effort? Yeah, you might have prompted this. I get it. We're prompting everything. We all prompt shit. But did you actually like iterate on it, or did you just push the first thing it gave you? We can tell. You iterated on this? I don't know, man. You iterated on this and it still sucks? Oh, that sucks. But Gorge, I'll even put out like, well, yeah, you hand coded it. Cool, man. That's fine. Let me pass it through the LLM. You hand coded it and it still sucks. How much more time did you spend? Like, we have very simple acceptance criteria, dude. You had the entire thing. Did you even run the test locally? No, and I get it, Vigorge. Maybe you're making that point in general. But, like, realistically, like, yeah. Oh, you hand-coded it? That's fine if you hand-coded it. We still have the same test for hand-coded stuff versus, like, LLM stuff. Your hand-coded stuff raises way more flags for some reason. Did you even try running the test locally? Oh, you didn't? Yeah. Here's the thing, Steve-O, like, it doesn't matter. If you're writing good code, it should pass AI-driven CI, right? If you're AI driving slop, it should still pass AI-driven CI. All of this shit has to pass AI-driven CI. So now it comes down to, well, how much effort did you put into prompting? How much effort did you put into, like, writing that shit? And I get it, Steve-O. Like, you iterated on this. Yeah, like, come on, explain it, man. Like, AI could describe it better than that. Fuck, man. What did you actually change? There's definitely something to it. I'm not saying we're there yet. I'm not saying society can actually answer all of these fucking questions. I'm saying these will eventually be the questions. Oh, there's this thing you decided to, like, iterate upon? I get it. We just turned a model loose on it with very finite criteria and auto research as, like, its proving ground and came up with this. What did you get separately? Oh, you found, like, an entire, like, architecture change that, like, all of this micro optimization, like, might not have caught. All right. That's huge, man. Can we turn some micro optimizations loose on that? and see what we get out of it. Boom. Like, that will be software dev, dude. That's a major thing. That sounds like really fucking reasonable, doesn't it? Yeah. We massively like micro optimized and found a bunch of like micro wins and things that depend on other wins, and voila, right? Like, we see this architecture that we turned loose. You did something else, but what you came up with is a fundamental shift from whatever they did. Could we turn some stuff loose on what you did and get to better results? Yeah, let's just run that for a couple days and see what we get. Ooh, all right. Yeah, good job on that experiment. Oh, you know what? That experiment didn't have fruit. But you know what? We still trust you because you're a fucking expert. You'll get it next time. Yes, eventually, like, you'll have like a 3 strikes and you're out or some kind of shit. It'll be like relief pitchers in the major leagues, right? Yeah, you said you could do the thing. We gave you enough chances. You didn't do the thing. All right, well, we'll trade you to some other company. Fuck it. Maybe you'll do better there. I don't fucking know. I don't know if that's how it'll happen. Like, I'm just bullshitting. We're just having fun. Like, we're speculating. We're having fun. We're thinking about theoretical things that haven't ever happened here and will probably never happen here. Like, come on. But thinking in a general way, like, how could it go? And that's the fun part, you know? All right, get us to a good baseline. Come on, Claude. Sonic can solve all these problems. You do not need Opus for fucking front-end design. All the people out there that think you need Opus for front-end shit, you do not need Opus for front-end shit. Like, they're just that bad at front-end that they think you need the smartest model for it. Those are back-end people betraying their fucking lack of skill. Technically. I need the smartest model for front end because I'm not capable of doing any of it. Is actually what they're saying. Yeah. I get it. I totally get it. They're talented. Like, no problem, man. But at the end of the day, like, sometimes an expert is worth its weight in gold. Because peaches come from a can, they were put there by a man, they were put there by a man downtown. I have not done any Claude design. You're totally right. I love the Presidents. Their song's just too quiet. I didn't want to do it too much. It's too quiet. We can just play this. I've seen them in concert too. They're super good. Yeah, I saw them at Endfest 20 years ago ish, whatever. Right? Presidents were there. Muse was there. Dude, even like Violent Femmes was there. It was a really good show. It was actually fantastic. The X was there. I'm not a fan of their shit. It was a really amazing show. Yeah, it was like Endfest, like 2003 or 4 or something like that, like here in Washington. It was really fucking good. It was a solid show. It was absolutely amazing. Yeah, it was a great show. Yep, no worries. It's like I smoke weed or something. Yeah, it's the craziest thing. It's okay. I'm thawing beef in the fridge, in the water. It'll be fully thawed by the time I like go to like cook it and slice it. You hate most presidents. Well, Kenny, I mean the presidents of the United States of America, the band, is really fucking good. If you don't know them or like them, well, that's on you. But also, they're fucking great. Do you like peaches? Right? Millions of peaches? Possibly millions of peaches for you and for me? What about a kitty on your foot and you want to touch it? Kitty on my foot and I want to touch it. Kitty on my foot and I want to touch it. Kitty on my foot and I want to touch it. Oh, the fucking kitty bit me. Like, yeah. That's a president's song. There you go. You're welcome. What about Lump? Lump sat alone in a boggy marsh, totally motionless except for her heart. Lump flowed up into Bog's pajamas, totally confusing the passing piranhas. She's Lump, she's in my head. You've never heard that one either? Like, come on, Kenny. You've never heard that one either? I'm gonna call bullshit at the moment. What? You've never heard a single president song? All right, hello, aliens. We found one of your own. He doesn't even know it. Yeah. Like, I think you left him here, and he doesn't even know. Yeah, he doesn't even know. I get it. Poor guy. Yeah, could you imagine leaving him here and he's just like so distraught? Like he doesn't even like recognize the people around him. Oh, like, yeah, come on, aliens, you messed up. Just come on, bring Kenny back with you. There you go. All right, we can do the rest of the experiment. But like, oh, that poor guy. Oh man. I'm bullshitting, by the way, but you know the joke I'm making, right? All right. So the joke landed. I hope. Right? Shit. I made a mistake. It's a big mistake. I looked into the dude's neck in this music video. I didn't like it. Have you not seen this music video? I didn't like it. Just watch the Anand Kantarite guy's fucking neck in this song. You will also not like it. Just wait. It's gonna happen. It's gotta happen again. There's no way I just made that up and like, oh, it was just during that one fucking verse. He's right there in the corner. He's like out of focus because they didn't want to scare you too much. You saw it. Yeah, there you go, Kenny. You saw it. There's like bad animes that have been made where like dude has the triangle neck and then there's just like a head at the end. This dude's that fucking anime. He's that fucking anime character. Just think of any anime you've ever seen where it's like some dude's going crazy and he's like so roided out that his like neck's insane and it's just a triangle from like his shoulders to his head. That is the singer of Anime Kantarai. That is the only proper drawing representation of that character you can ever make. Just pure fucking triangles, man. There's no curves. It's just pure triangles. It's actually super fucking gross, by the way. All right, we're pacing lightly. Come on, be nice, be nice. An example that might convince me to try Claude Design. Ooh, I mean, son of a bitch, really? Did I finish out the water I had? What? Oh, that's not enough water, man. Well, I hear what you're saying. I need more water right now anyway, so let me go do that. I mean, I got to do the water thing. I just have to. I gotta do the water thing. So, water. BRB. All right, so yeah. It's like I smoke weed or something. Yes, Claude Design. I know. The Coppinger tried it. He made a video about it. I don't know, man. I'm good on it. Thank you, though. I will do it eventually, for sure. I still have separate things I want to prompt separately. I appreciate it. Thank you, Stevo. Like, honestly, yeah, you're right, man. But I still want to just, like, try stuff, you know? Fuck me, right? What did we actually fix? It was on the, oh, hold on. It was on the solutions page itself. Yeah, like, I want to experience things, man. So yeah, we got this. Like, we know the text is no good and it's, like, a little weird. I actually wouldn't mind this one going, like, full width. This one's not bad, though. Like, dude, you know what? We could do this. And then more. Exactly, Kenny. Like, but at the end of the day, like, what thing do we want control over? We want control over, like, the flow. And honestly, if we could prompt this shit to be like, hey, the moment we have input, it has output. Well, that has a major win, and then you could like prompt it and do the shit. Like, fuck yeah, man, let's do all of that. And I think there's value to that. I think this looks like shit. This is terrible. This is fucking garbage. But we can have it move on to another thing because I bet it could do other stuff better. Because it nailed it on, I think, the one, right? Like, it made it the right size. It's not the right, like, text and shit. So we gotta, like, put that into the prompt somewhere. No, there's a lot that we need to, like, figure out and prompt better, you know? We are definitely getting towards, like, the later part of stream, and you know, today's Tuesday, so like, yeah, we got Thursday or Wednesday to think about it, and then Thursday to come back to it. I do quite like this. This feels good. This feels nice. Dude, this feels nice. I really kind of like this. But that said, like, you know what? We're late enough. I need to eat food. I gotta eat the food. I got the food. I got things I gotta cook. Like they're in there. They're in the fridge. I got them. Let's go cook the things because I don't feel like ordering out tonight. Like tomorrow's Wednesday. I think I'll still cook here tonight, but Thursday I'm going out. I'll eat some food somewhere before or after an event. Fuck yeah, why not? Yeah, let's do that. I think I can finally take the thing here in Redmond to Seattle on Thursday for like a proper event because I don't have to like bring anything with me for it. And that sounds really good. So that'll be fun on Thursday, I think. I'll be able to fucking take the tram. That'll be really fun. Anyway, but yeah, we got shit to do. We got stuff to think about. We'll deal with it, I think, on tomorrow. And yeah, what up, Wobo? What up, Wobandar? Wobender? Am I alright? I mean, come on, man. That's a loaded question. You know that, right? Shit. I would actually judge someone for a statement leading that much, you know? Shit. A question like that implies that they're not all right. You know? Yes, phrasing is still a thing. That said, let's go raid somebody who is actually streaming right now. But yeah, phrasing is still a thing. Just take it easy, man. All right? Just be cool. Just be cool. Appreciate you. I thank you for it, but you know, be cool. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're good. For sure. Anyway, who are we? Who's who are the who is the person we are rating? There we go. That's the words. So yeah, the Coppinger planning and designing pre-spec is actually really cool. I think it's a great idea. It's the thing I'm talking about post-spec. Ooh, right? The thing you saw me talking about earlier, like, ooh, yeah, per file, like metadata, post-spec. Ooh, ooh, I think we just cooked on that one. Oh my God, where do I even put that? Are you kidding me? That's fucking genius. Yeah, I just saved it. All right, post spec. Ooh, genius. Well, hold on. We do see people streaming. Like, come on. There's people I follow, and there's people that might be in the category. I might want to raid just someone for the sake of raiding them. Like, come on, man. The Cian Hoyland guy. I mean, I don't think he gave us a follow back, so we'll see. We'll see. Oh wow, productive time is in a new space. Interesting. Touche, touche. Z.A. Shaw without glasses. Oh. Is that to reduce the glare? Who's over in gaming right now? Author Blues? I don't know who that is. I have no idea. Zed's killing it. He's actually ahead of us right now because I'm fucking blowing it anyway. Try Catch TV, catching up, killing it. Like, yeah, nailed it. Team Vash. I definitely want to raid someone with like a proper like video going. Dude, it becomes like harder and harder to actually raid someone at this point. Like, dude, that shit's crazy. Meegs? Jitspo? Jitspo's good. Yeah, yeah. Meegs? Yeah, I get it. I know. Yeah, when it comes to just like pure like software dev, like who's doing actual software dev in English, like it's actually really tough. Dude, trying to like do any of this like rating in the category for someone brand new that you don't know, like I could raid someone I know, like that's easy. All right, whatever. Brand new stream. Let's raid them. Why not? I don't know, man. This is barely an endorsement. Let's just figure out where we go after this, right? So we're going to go raid. Tricary Omni, he's doing some game engine stuff, whole game company stuff, and like, I don't know, let's check it out. He's 6 hours into something. Holy shit, man. He's putting in the work at least. Like, fuck it, man. I think he deserves, I don't know, some stoners fucking saying hi. Like, come on, don't be a dick about it. Like, don't be an asshole. Oh no, like he's getting raided by a bunch of people that like hang out and watch some dude who smokes way too much weed and drinks way too much whiskey. And hasn't necessarily smoked the weed, but like drank the weed because he had drinks for reasons. Yeah, let's do that. Shit. And could I do that like day to day? That actually sounds kind of nice. Anyway, let's go say hi to the dude. My stream will end actually way sooner than I think because the timers are way off. But let's just say hi. Thank you all for chilling. Let's go chill with Tricary Omni. Thank you all for being here on stream. I will not be here on Wednesday, but I'll be here on Thursday. See you on Thursday? Yeah, see you on Thursday. Yeah, let's do that.